December 15th meeting of the Farragut Municipal Planning Commission to order. If you are interested in speaking on any of the items on the agenda tonight, please fill out a blue card that's by the door. Take that up to Mr. Shipley. And when that item comes up, he will call on anyone who's interested in speaking to come up to the microphone. Also, please, we have a long meeting tonight, and we limit the speakers to 5 minutes. So, and please don't just say the same thing the person before you said. I'll ask at the end of that particular item if there's been several speakers for a show of hands for people who agree with what the person is saying, but we have quite a few items on the agenda tonight that we have to get through, so we're going to ask that you do observe the protocol that's on the back of the agenda items that are at the door. We'll get started with the approval of the agenda.
I do have one postponement, and that's agenda item number 3 at the request of the applicant.
Move to approve with the amended agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item number 2, approval of the minutes of the November 17th, 2022 meeting.
Are there any changes?
Not that I had.
Move
Motion
to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So then we're moving on to item number 4. Discussion and public hearing on the installation of underground fiber optic cables for AT&T from Kingston Pike along the west side of South Campbell Station Road and under South Campbell Station Road along the northwest side of Brooklawn Street to service 241 Brooklawn Street, AT&T applicant.
Yeah, this is one of what had been 3 fiber projects on the agenda tonight. There'll just be 2 now, but this one, it will be on the west side of South Campbell Station Road and start at Kingston Pike, coming down to where Brooklawn Street comes into South Campbell Station, and then it will go under South Campbell Station to basically where the Pinnacle Bank is currently. The engineering department will require a right-of-way permit for this work and a letter of credit to ensure that any areas that are disturbed are restored to their pre-construction condition, and also that all the work be conducted through directional boring and not using any open cut trench installation. So with those 3 conditions, the staff recommends approval of this fiber installation project.
Does anybody on the Planning Commission have any questions of Mark?
You're going to hear from the
Applicant?
yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
The applicant here,
I'm with AT&T representative.
can you please come up to the microphone, please? And if you'll give us your name and business address, please.
My name is Brian Mitchell. I actually work for RTS Associates, but I do work for AT&T. I'm the engineer that actually designed the job. And we are in Alcoa, Tennessee, the office.
Okay, an address?
3401 Russ Circle.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions of the applicant?
Well,
I
yes.
do.
Yes.
Okay, we'll start with the mayor.
What's your company name again?
RTS Associates.
RTS? Okay, thank you.
On the drawing here for this section of work, you're showing, looks like a buried fiber cable and a PVC conduit both. Is that actually one installation there?
Yeah, they will go and put the pipe underneath, and the fiber cable will go inside the pipe when they're done. So the actual construction work will be putting the pipe in, then AT&T Construction will pull the fiber through the pipe.
The schematic is kind of showing them side by side there, but
Yeah,
that's
they
really-
show both of them when they do the design, so you can see there's going to be a fiber cable inside of it.
What strand?
It's going to be that size. I think it's a 144.
1.25.
1.25.
That's a 72 fiber coming down there.
72?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's right up here at this table.
Do you have any questions or comments about the subject twos on this?
No, everything's agreed upon. Yeah, the D-bore is fine. All that stuff is fine that he said. And we'll have the letter from Star Construction that does the work, so that's fine.
That's, it's going to be Star Construction
Star
doing?
Construction will do the underground work and everything, yes. And they will do D-boring.
Even though the plan says trench, they understand they're going to do
We're
directional
going to
bore?
change that. That's what we did at first, and then we got Mark, and he said we need a D-bore. We're going to change that, yeah.
Okay.
Get a letter of credit amount to you from the town
Yeah.
engineer on that work.
Do you have a start date on any of that yet?
Don't have an actual start date yet until all this has been approved. It's going to be sometime next year.
Okay. And is there will be information available or information on the timing and everything for the people who are affected by it along those
Yeah.
routes?
Yes.
Okay.
There will be, excuse me, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions?
Move to approve with the subject twos.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Item number 5, discussion and public hearing on the installation of underground fiber optic cable for Zalo along the south side of Outlet Drive from the western town limits across frontage of 11220 Outlet Drive with the termination to the east in the city of Knoxville. Apex Advanced Technology applicant.
Project off of Outlet Drive starts, the western location is in the city of Knoxville, just to the west of the Outlet Mall building. They'll bore under Outlet
City of
Drive
Knoxville?
and then follow the south side of Outlet Drive along the Cotton Eye Joe's property to the town limits, continue that on into the city of Knoxville and terminate at the location, let's see, 627 American Glass Way in the city of Knoxville. So the real work is in front of the Cotton Eye Joe property as far as what's in the town. And most of it's going to be directional boring. There's one small overhead section, but the vast majority of it is directional boring. The same conditions that we recommended approval for the previous item would apply to this one as well. They'll need to obtain a right-of-way permit through the town's engineering staff to coordinate the work, provide a letter of credit to ensure that any affected areas are restored, and of course, directional boring and no open trench installation. And I do have one person that signed up to speak on this matter.
Does anybody on the planning commission have any questions of Mark?
I do. One question. Mark, when I'm looking at KGIS, the outside, is outside the perimeter of this building is not City of Knoxville. It's really not unincorporated Knox County. Does that
Knox
matter?
County. Okay.
Does that matter?
Well, they probably ought to update their application, their drawings, just to make
Okay.
that clear.
All right.
It's kind of funky in that area. There's three
It-
different
yeah.
jurisdictions, and I didn't really
Yeah.
look to see. I just was concerned mostly about what goes through the town.
Yeah.
I think those boundary lines actually go squarely around that property, don't they?
Well, yeah, here's the map.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. But
Should, that's
but
not
what's
accurate.
around it is not City of Knoxville. It's
Yeah.
just Knox County.
Yeah, Ditro is the, between the Cotton Eye Joe property and that other properties.
The city.
That's, as Knox County, it's,
But we're fundamentally only approving or whatever,
What's
taking
in-
action on what's in Farragut.
I understand that. I'm just wondering if it's important for him to note on his, yeah.
State
Oh,
the
sorry.
question,
Sorry.
to clarify that.
Yeah.
question as well. Where you say start, is that coming across?
Yeah, the start is west of the Outlet Mall building. I guess where that gun range business is, and coming down under Outlet Drive and then going east along the south side of Outlet Drive.
Okay,
The
I've got,
start is up here, is right here, this location, okay? Outlet Mall building's
concern.
right here.
that's going to tie into an existing 288 count fiber that's coming down between the Outlet Mall building and the gun range?
Yep.
Is that, as you understand it?
That's as I understand it, yep. I'm not sure if anybody's here from the applicant, but they were made aware of the meeting and the staff recommendations.
Is there anyone with the applicant here?
Is it Advanced Technology or Zayo, either one?
Apex Advanced Technology is the applicant, so they're the installer of the fiber, but it's apparently for Zayo. Yep.
I have a big concern with the Outlet Mall building where they tie in right there to make sure they don't do any sort of breaks, because that
Yeah, I think
particular
we have a
business
speaker
runs
that-
24/7.
We have someone that signed up to speak to that matter, I think.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Do we want to hear from him?
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Yep, we have Jim Nixon to speak on this matter.
I'm Jim Nixon, Kodak Properties, 6332 Baum Drive, Knoxville. We have several hundred people tied to a computer in the outlet building, and we do have lines in and around Outlet Drive, and we're directly across the street from this. We're at 11221 Outlet Drive, and certainly cannot afford to have any disturbance to the lines that go into our building. And I'm just would wonder if they're going to be marked so I can go out and look and see, or do we have a chance to meet with them or see what they're going to do, or maybe they can tell us what they're going to do so we can see whether it affects us.
Yeah, I can make sure engineering communicates that with them, that they need to be very careful about how they do this installation.
It would seem to me that we should
Like
require
that.
that they talk to him or someone.
I'd request that they mark it
Because if we don't
anyway
get a
they'll
one-on-one,
mark
before
it.
they start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't we
yeah.
make it a number 4 stipulation?
one-on-one, I'm pretty sure
We
something
can.
will go wrong.
So what do we want 4 and 5? Mark the, I don't want to write that. Mark the location of boring, the areas that they will be boring in.
I think it's going to be a little tough to vote on this without a little bit more
Somebody-
information.
Somebody here to talk to it.
Yeah.
It's up to you all.
Does it
Like I
need to be
said, I haven't heard
coordinated with the town
anything from
and
the
the
applicant. We've sent who was listed as the contact person, the agenda when that was originally sent out, and now the staff recommendations a couple of days ago.
I suggest we table it until we get a representative here.
Well, at least table it until they get a chance to speak to the folks in the building there, figure out what the plan is,
You
how
want
they're
to
going
make
to
a
work
motion
together.
to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
And I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
And Mark, you will let Jim know?
I'll let engineering know.
No, and they'll,
Because they'll have to coordinate that with the contractor to
okay.
make sure. Of course, this will have to come back to you all first.
Yeah.
So it'll be next month.
Okay, Jim, did you hear that? We'll see you next month then.
I would like to have them already had their communication before they come back.
Yeah.
So we're not kind of hoping and wishing. and-
Right. Yeah.
Item number 6, discussion and public hearing on a request to amend the final plat of lots 2 and 3 of the Mary E. Smith property concerning the requirements to construct a pedestrian facility during home construction across the frontages of the 300 and 310 Boring Road. Instead, the applicant is proposing to provide a 20-foot pedestrian facility easement along the lot frontage and a conveyance to be approved by the town attorney that would be recorded and bind all future property owners of the 300 and 310 Boring Road to pay for the installation of the pedestrian facilities across their frontages when it would be associated with a larger project that would extend a pedestrian facility to the west along Boring Road. The two lots total to 2.8 acres and are zoned R-2. Benchmark Associates applicant.
This plat was part of a plat that was presented to the Planning Commission in February of 2021, and it involved the whole property, which was 17.8 acres, that they were subdividing into 3 lots. There was one large 15-plus acre tract that had over 900 feet of road frontage on Boring Road, and they requested a variance to not construct a pedestrian facility across that frontage. And that was approved by the Planning Commission since it was one large tract and it had so much road frontage. But there was not a variance requested for the 2 smaller lots, which are about 1.5 acres each. So there was a plat note added to that plat that basically, when houses were constructed on that lot, a pedestrian facility would be constructed across their frontages prior to a certificate of occupancy. I met out there with the property owners a few weeks ago, and their main concern is they're not against having a facility at some point. It just, from their perspective, it doesn't make sense right now because it goes to nowhere, and there's a little bit of a topography issue. There's also, just looking at the general area, I don't know if this will show up or not, but there's a sidewalk that was constructed on the south side of Boring Road as part of Baldwin Park, and it goes all the way through the Baldwin Park frontage all the way to Smith Road. And you basically, at the east end of that sidewalk, you would, which is over here, you would cross Boring Road to get on a walking path that was built when the Country Way subdivision was platted several years ago, and it runs across their frontage on the north side of Boring Road, and that's the only pedestrian facility on the north side right now. The road actually, where Baldwin Park's frontage starts on Boring Road, that's where the road improvement starts as well. So right now, it's a good transition from the sidewalk to cross Boring Road to the walking trail. The concern here, I think, from the applicant is if you extend a pedestrian facility out here right now, it's not going to go anywhere, and it's going to potentially invite people to cross at a less desirable crossing point. So what they're proposing in lieu of putting the sidewalk in right now is to plat a 20-foot pedestrian facility easement along the frontage. They kind of veer it up a little bit on the west end for topography, and then also have a covenant prepared that would run with the land. In other words, if they sold either of these lots in the future, whoever buys them would be bound to pay for the facility across their individual frontage when it made more sense and was part of a larger construction process that would extend a pedestrian facility to the west on the north side of Boring Road. We've used the covenant before with some developments, for example, like the Premier Eye Care and the Horizon Plaza. We did that. So I understand the logic of what their position is at this time, and we do support the modification to the plat with the subject tos dealing with the covenant. The covenant would need to be, prepared by the applicants and something that the town attorney would review and approve, making sure that there's a clear trigger point when the property owners would be, would have to pay for a facility across their frontage and what would trigger that, and how would that take place. And then a plat note added to this revised plat, just to make it even more clear, that references the recorded covenant and also talks about, upon direction of the town of Farragut, the owners of lots 2 and 3 shall be responsible for paying for the installation of a pedestrian facility approved by the town across their frontages on the north side of Boring Road. So with those 2 conditions, the staff does support the request at this time and the requested amendment to this particular plat.
I have a question, Mark. timing on the covenant being prepared, and the revised plat? What kind of timing does the town really need on that?
Well, I'm sure they're working on, they've obviously have worked on the plat. They probably are working on the covenant, because I sent the surveyor an example of a covenant that we did, the one with Premier Eye Care. So I would imagine that would not be a very long time
Then-
frame to get both of those taken care of. So I ought to have the covenant prepared and recorded so that it can be referenced on the plat.
Okay.
Mark, I have a question. I think I heard two things. First I heard you say that the sidewalk would be required when they sold the property. Then later, I think I heard you say at the request of the town. Are those two different times? Possibly two different times?
No, it wouldn't be when they sold the property. What I meant was if they sold to a different owner, that owner would then also be bound to that
Okay.
covenant.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
And
to
the
say.
covenant gives us legal leverage
Right,
for the fund, for the payment
right.
for that sidewalk?
That's right.
And they're on board with this?
I have not heard otherwise. Benny can speak to that.
What is our leverage? What is our
I
leverage?
would think a lien would probably be the.
CO,
Well, it wouldn't be necessarily a CO,
No,
but
because
a
they
lien
would-
could be
I think a
leveraged
lien
for
would do
sure.
it, so you might not be
Yeah.
able to have the money at the time.
I
but
mean,
you'll
we've
be-
thought about a letter of credit, but the problem with that is we don't know when that is going to happen. The facility
Yeah,
to the
no,
west,
I think
and
that's a bad idea.
it's just something they would have to provide and keep extending. It just doesn't make sense. I think that's one of the reasons why we want the town attorney
Yeah.
to take a look at this and make sure he feels comfortable that when a project does happen in the future, that we've got a good way to trigger this and make these people work with us and put that in.
I think what's important is when that covenant is referenced on the plat and the plat's recorded at the courthouse, it makes the public aware and it discloses this fact to any future buyer.
Yeah.
So a buyer really can't come in and say, well, I didn't know. The reality is when you go to a title company, the title company does the search, the buyer's provided all this information. Whether or not they choose to read the information, they are provided the information. So
right.
I think the covenant and the plat note is the correct way to move forward. I think it's a fair way. I think a letter of credit would be an unfair burden on somebody because it could go for 50 years.
Yep.
So I think this is, ideally we would avoid situations like this, but under the circumstances, I think this is a fair way of moving forward, of making any future buyer aware, and the owners obviously are aware, but eventually they're going to sell their house. But it puts everybody on notice, and it's a fair and logical way, and there's precedent for it because once it's recorded at the courthouse, it's public information.
one thing that concerns me is when we have things like this and mailboxes are built, then you kind of like to make sure that they're aware when they put a mailbox up that they don't have some kind of big entry type of thing like
Well,
some.
the good news is
That's
this easement's actually outside the right-of-way.
Right. Yeah.
And so
that's-
odds are their mailbox, being that the letter carrier doesn't want to have to get out of their vehicle and go carry it across the grass strip to put it in their mailbox, odds are if they conform to the USPS requirements, this is going to be in the right-of-way and this easement will be a non-issue. Now, if they put a mailbox in the middle of something we may determine we need a future crosswalk there, then we will address that. But quite frankly, that's the case all over the town of Farragut when somebody installs a mailbox.
And we would work with those two property owners to work around their mailboxes and minimize any disturbance that might occur to them. And that was a concern with one of these property owners right now is, this is not going anywhere. It's going to terminate and invite people to cross kind of at an unofficial crossing. And, and so that's why they're adding this extra private space outside of the right-of-way to give the town plenty of flexibility to put this in without interfering with, things that they might have constructed in that general area.
We ready for
Applicant?
Benny?
I'm Benny Mormon with Benchmark Associates representing the property owners. And
Would you give us an address too, please?
10308 Hardin Valley Road, Knoxville, Tennessee. We're 100% in compliance with the town's request. Attorneys have been provided the draft so that they can be getting that, and it should be coming to the town attorney in short order. I've already added the plat note that Mark suggested, and even went further to represent that the walking trail, that the easement that's shown on the plat would be the mechanism for holding the trail.
Okay. Anyone have any questions?
I'm going to move to approve with the subject twos.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Item number 7, discussion and public hearing on a revised preliminary plat for Bridgemore subdivision, phases 3B and 4, parcel 025.03, tax map 152, 70.28 acres, 102 lot, zone R-1 OSR. Carter McCall, Adrian, applicant.
The preliminary plat that was actually presented to the Planning Commission and conditionally approved back in October 2021. And that plat showed some closed contours that were there, and we basically had a number of conditions. One of the conditions was that if those were in fact accurate closed contours, that there would be some design modifications that would be required, because there were some improvements and some house lots that were shown actually within the sinkhole lip elevation. And so the applicant hired Geos Services to do a geotechnical analysis and look at the contours, and it found that to be accurate. So then we began discussing options with the applicant and their client. They initially looked at requesting variance from the sinkhole ordinance, and so there's obviously a process for that. And we actually reached out to TDEC and the chief geologist there, and asked him to look, because TDEC actually was instrumental in developing our original sinkhole ordinance. It was Scotty Sorrells at the time, but now it's Pete Levinsky. So we asked him if he wouldn't mind to look at least one of the reports, one or two of the reports that were conducted by Geos, and give us his thoughts on the potential for a variance. And based on the information he had, again, he only had 2 reports that were given. There's 23 reports in their original analysis. All the reports are pretty similar in their layout and recommendations, so we felt like the 2 that we did provide him were pretty representative. He had some concerns about approving variances, and really kind of substantiated the objectives of our sinkhole ordinance and what we were trying to accomplish, based on the information that he was given. So then we met again with the applicant and their clients in late April, and the town hired a geotechnical engineer to look at the full report and give us his thoughts on what. Whether he felt it was, had any concerns or anything like that. And basically, this peer review concluded that, again, in his opinion, there wasn't sufficient data to conclude that the risk of sinkhole development at this site is no greater than at other sites located within similar geologic settings. So after that came out, we kind of got back with the applicant, and they ended up making a design modification, mostly to the road over here in the far west end. Originally, it kind of came through this way, which is actually through an actual sinkhole lip elevation. So they shifted the road to the east, and also ended up losing 6 house lots with this design modification. And we asked our geotechnical engineer to look at that. And based on the design modification that was provided, he was comfortable with this, with removing the house lots, getting the road out of the sinkhole lip elevation, and recommended from a geotechnical perspective approval of these particular phases. At the staff developer meeting, when we talked about this in November 29, staff mentioned that the only improvements that are still within the sinkhole lip elevation itself, that's actually the sinkhole where the ground starts going down, as opposed to the 50-foot building setback I'll mention here in a minute. But this line here is the sinkhole lip elevation, this interior line. And this is walking trail connection. This connection up here ties into the Montgomery Trail, which, by the way, most of that's in a sinkhole lip elevation, if you didn't know that. And basically, you come in from the Montgomery Trail and you meander that around. And as proposed here, it would go through the sinkhole lip elevation, tie back down, and come back over. And there's another small section here that would also go through part of a sinkhole lip elevation. But that was the only the only two areas. The sinkhole ordinance gives the Planning Commission the ability to allow limited fill within a sinkhole lip elevation, but it has very strict parameters associated with that. And one of those things that would qualify is that it's a vital public policy related improvement, and a critical walking path is actually referenced in the sinkhole ordinance as one of those conditions within which limited fill may be permitted by the Planning Commission. So one of the things, and you look at this overall layout, it is, from the staff's perspective, a critical connection to tie into the Montgomery Trail and extend it on into Bridgemore and eventually to Allen Kirby Road and over to McPhee. I think that's pretty clear from our perspective. The request here would be to try to, if the Planning Commission's okay keeping it, part of it in the sinkhole lip elevation, if it's possible to kind of bring that back in to keep it as much as possible out of the sinkhole, and also if you do build the trail, to try to just clip off the topsoil and go back with the trail so that you're not really altering the contour. You're just basically putting it in on grade. You obviously have to clip off the topsoil to get a proper compaction. But those two things would be what we would recommend, and I think that's what's noted on the number 7 on the staff recommendations talking
Mark,
about.
can you show us where is the sinkhole?
Let me highlight that. It might be
Please.
easier to see.
It's that big one. Yeah, that's what I don't understand.
Is this the sinkhole? Is it like
Just
a
the edge
long-
of one of them. It is.
So,
Wow.
so that's the,
So all this
It's a large,
that's the sinkhole.
is in the sinkhole.
large.
Good Lord, that's a big
It's
sinkhole.
really kind of a big flat area. We kind of walked it. It's not like the one along McPhee Road where it looks like it could drop into China. But this one is not quite as obvious. But it is a closed contour. So that's really the biggest. And like I said, the road originally kind of came through, through here. Went through part of the sinkhole itself, and then there were some lots also platted off of that. So that was the major redesign that they incorporated into this. So that's one question for the Planning Commission, is the walking trail. A second question is related to building setbacks. The sinkhole ordinance also has a provision in there for buildings, that is, any structures with a roof on them, a house in this case, are to be set back 50 feet from that sinkhole lip elevation. And on these preliminary plats, it looked like there was three lots that, one in particular would be pretty heavily impacted by the 50 foot, then 2 other ones near the large sinkhole. would probably encroach into the 50-foot as well.
So lot 170 is the one that you're talking about?
70 is the most impacted one, and that's this lot here. See if it shows up. So here you can see this is an actual closed contour, and then here's the 50-foot. Let me use a different color. And then the 50-foot on that one comes out here. So obviously it goes well into the house lot. You're not platting lots at this stage. This is just a preliminary plat. So the staff suggestion here, if the planning commission's okay with these 3 lots, is that they perform the proper geotechnical analyses on these, particularly these 3 lots. Because really the clients, they don't want to put a house there if it's not going to be safe. I mean, so what we're asking, I think, is what they would do anyway.
Mark, I'm confused. I thought lot 170 is to the right of what you outlined.
Right there.
No.
That's lot 170.
That was a house lot, and they removed it.
That's gone.
Because of the
Oh,
sinkhole.
so they just moved the number over is what you're doing?
Yep.
Okay.
That one's the
Same
most
here.
impacted. The other
Yeah.
2 have some
Yeah.
50-foot in them.
And how about 135, the one below there? Is that something that needs to be looked at as well?
It could be. I think any of those where the 50-foot comes, into the property a fair way.
That mentioned in the text.
Yeah,
of it.
I didn't really note that one because it looked like you could probably build and be out of that. But a lot of the subdivisions, particularly in this part of the town, have these 50-foot setbacks. I mean, the farm at Willow Creek has quite a few lots that have this, and Bridgemore does too. So it's not really uncommon. The lots are actually platted with the final plat. So at this stage, I think what needs to happen is analyses on these proposed building lots and we may have our geotechnical engineer look at this to make sure that he's on board, because nobody on the town staff is frankly qualified.
So let me ask you this, what does that mean from our perspective? We're not approving the final plat. So what does that mean as far as these lots that are of concern?
Well, we just have to refer back to the sinkhole ordinance and what the planning commission can do. And it says that you can potentially allow encroachment into the 50-foot if the applicant can provide sufficient and proper evidence that there is no danger other than what would normally be encountered in the construction of a similar building in other areas, and that the drainage function of the sinkhole will not be compromised. And that's
And that's in here.
really, you could further add that would need to be something that would be approved by, a third party potentially, if you have a concern about that.
I have a
The way I
concern.
look at it is that, again, the developer, they're going to try to get as many lots as they can. I understand that, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't think they don't want to plat a lot that's going to be a liability either. I don't think. I mean, that'd be kind of a problem for them.
Based on the experience we had as a town with the farm at Willow Creek,
Yeah.
I'm not really wild about letting people build a road across the lip.
Well, the road's not in the lip. It's
Oh,
in
it's
the
in that-
50-foot.
right here.
Back.
And we have roads, the Meadows on McPhee have a road that goes in the 50-foot, and so does the Grove.
That's close to it.
We made that as a comment when that was looked at as a preliminary plat.
I think the applicant solved that issue about getting the infrastructure out of the closed contour.
They did.
So I think what we're dealing with right now are the setbacks.
In this
And-
case, it's the setbacks for this item and then the allowing the walking trail in the sinkhole lip elevation itself in the previous discussion. That's the 2 things that I think are discussion items with the planning commission. Now, the applicant may have some other ones, and that's fine, but from staff's perspective, that,
Question about, is there a plat note or some kind of indication legally on these lots that a buyer should be aware of?
make that on the final plat,
Plat.
sure.
There's no plat.
They show the sinkholes on the final plat. And the 50-foot setback is on the final
And,
plat.
and one thing that's required in the sinkhole ordinance, and it probably would happen anyway, is that a structural engineer has to design and approve the foundation. Main thing is we want to make sure, and this has been done in Inverness too, there was quite a few lots in there, and McPhee Manor is another one, where in this case, a geotechnical engineer basically prepared a report of what they needed to do, how they needed to build it, and then at each stage of construction, they did their own inspections in addition to the town staff, and provided reports along the way throughout the construction process. And that's pretty common for something like this because, again, they don't want to have a lot that somebody has a serious problem with. And if they find that they really can't get comfortable with the language in the sinkhole ordinance, then the staff would not recommend platting those lots in question on the final plat.
So are those lots in construction, for example, McPhee Manor has something where the lot is in the setback?
McPhee Manor doesn't have a 50-foot setback. It predates that aspect of the sinkhole ordinance, but it does show the sinkholes. But there's been some houses that we did grant variances from to build in the 50-foot.
Okay.
And the reason for that was they were already platted, it was before the sinkhole ordinance, and you really couldn't build anything and avoid the 50-foot setback on a couple of those lots. But that's a little different because that was a platted subdivision that met the requirements at that time. What they're requesting probably here is to actually have some lots that there's no way you could build a house on them without getting into that 50-foot.
What I'm asking is, so we have standards in place that tag those particular lots so that if someone builds on them, when they go to build on them, that there's extra conditions placed on that.
And we did that in
original.
Inverness with all those lots. We referenced it on the plat note
Okay.
and basically analyzed and provided what kind of studies they needed to have.
Okay,
But that was on the final plat.
I understand.
Forgive me for being confused here, but on the first comment you have written there, it says, please revise the plans to not show any disturbance within the areas bound by the sinkhole lip. Does that mean that those?
What that's talking about is that there appears to be some grading in here.
But the way it's worded, it applies to lots as well. I think the intent was not to make them include, but the way it's worded, it's anything. Please revise plans to not show
That's right.
any disturbance.
It would be.
So if you're going to put a
That's right.
house there, it's going to be a disturbance.
Well, it's talking about within the sinkhole itself.
Well, there's a
Not the
lot up there,
sinkhole.
170, that's actually in the sinkhole.
Well,
So
a
what are you
corner
saying?
of
That's
the
not-
corner
it's
of the
not.
lot's in the sinkhole. I mean, you taking the setback out of the equation, you could build on the lot and still stay
That's right.
outside the last closed contour of the sinkhole. That's the definition. I think so. What the statement is, please revise the plans to not show any disturbance within the sinkhole. We're not talking about the setback.
No,
You
we're
can
talking
have some
about this
disturbance in the
area.
setback, but not within the sinkhole. But my thought is, we have a protocol in place and a precedent for this that I think the town has very efficiently been able to implement in other subdivisions. My thought is, let's let the applicant move forward. Again, this is not the final plat, this is a preliminary plat. Let's let them move forward. Obviously, we have some other things to discuss tonight, but based upon the setback issue, and if their geotechnical engineer, as well as the town's geotechnical engineer, TDEC, agree to the findings, and then those findings then can be reported to the planning commission when they come back for a final plat. Because this is really not something we can solve tonight, and I don't necessarily think it's fair to tell them, well, no, you can't do something that we've allowed other developers even recently do. Again, we're not approving the actual lots tonight, we're approving the concept of the lots, that's hence why it's called preliminary. And so I'm comfortable moving forward with this aspect. I do think I'd like to talk about the walking trails and some other things that staff's brought up, but Again, I think without having all the geotechnical analysis, in particular with these areas, I don't think we can necessarily make a decision on that. And again, I think it would be unfair to say, well, no, you can't do this, because we do have a protocol for allowing this.
I would agree with that.
After reading the first geotechnical report, and then the peer review, and then the rebuttal or response to that, I didn't think that we'd come to a real solid position of
You left out the 3 aspirin later.
after reading it, yeah. And then, and rather than postpone something, what have you, to where you get that piece of information, since this is a preliminary plat, I have to agree with Noah that we proceed, but we need to have this further evidence, come together that can be reviewed before we proceed on the final plat.
And I think we're doing a good job of disclosing to the applicant tonight that, hey, there's some issues with these lots. We're not approving these lots. So you've got some marching orders that you've got to fulfill to be able to make sure these lots are good candidates for building houses. Is that, we're all on the same page with that? And we'll get you guys on the record in just a few moments. So if everybody's okay with that, maybe we could talk about the walking trail right now that's kind of bisecting the big sinkhole on the western portion, and maybe if the applicant could share, there are obviously some rationale of why they want to go that route, which we may not be aware of. I like the idea of staying up on the lip or the closed contour, if possible, but if it pleases the commission, maybe we could hear from the applicant, if we get your name and address on the record, and we can talk about that walking trail. Is everybody okay with moving on to kind of that next item?
Yes.
All right.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Billy Fulgham with Ardura. We are on a new address, so 2160 Lakeside Center Way, Suite 201.
Let's get the other gentleman as well.
Ben Mullins, France McCollin Seymour, 550 West Main Street, Knoxville.
Okay, thank you.
With regards to the greenway, and typically I think you just build a greenway and design it with a bobcat. You go in the field, you do it, you scrape, just like what Mark described. Moving it along the lip, I don't have the grades in front of me. I don't know if you have, I mean, I don't see a problem with that, or trying to get it to where it's not necessarily all the way in the sinkhole is not a problem with that. I would personally, well, I mean, it just really needs to be built with the bobcat in the field, looking at all the actual physical constraints. Avoid trees, minimize any kind of impact. You don't really want to cut, you don't want to fill. So I guess long story, I don't have a problem with.
Well, topographically, that should work pretty well, because the contour is going to be on a contour line, topographical contour line. So what my thought is, we do have a precedent where we can approve a preliminary plat subject to the field and the town staff and the applicant finalizing the location before the bobcat goes out there and strips the topsoil, finalizing the location there. So is it fair to say, Billy, that you guys are on board with moving it over kind of generally as Mark has recommended here?
Yeah.
Obviously, there may be a 100-year-old oak there that we haven't thought about yet, and we don't want to get in there and tear the roots up and kill it. So it sounds like maybe that was an easier one to solve.
That was really easy. Yeah.
Yeah, the main concern we have is just not having any cut and fill. You're not really altering basically the sinkhole. We're just trying to, and the ordinance basically is trying to say, if you got a sinkhole, just leave it alone
Try to stay out
the
of it.
greatest extent possible. And, a question here is, that will be the town's walking trail. So they'll have to stake a center line to plat the easement. Of course, you may just have a note on the preliminary plat that the actual alignment of the walking trail will be field located with the town staff, because it'll have to be built with this preliminary plat before you final plat it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And I think that's a standard note on there.
yeah, it generally is. So if moving it closer and getting more of it out of the sinkhole itself is okay with the grades, that would be. And it probably is a little bit less walking trail for the applicant's client to have to build too. Main thing is we'd want to stub that trail into other properties, and I think that happens maybe further to the south. It's not on this sheet. I don't
Probably closer
believe.
over to Allen Kirby is where it gets stubbed
Right.
in, I think.
So that one, that would be, that's just the staff's perspective. It's ultimately the planning commission being okay with that.
My main concern is I don't want us to turn around and approve that and then in 20 years have to go back and redo the walking trail, because we have walking trails in the town that have been around for a long time.
Yeah.
What,
I mean, like I said, the Montgomery Trail, about 75% of that is in a sinkhole lip elevation.
Well, this would still be within the elevation. A lot of it's going to be within the elevation, but I think moving it to the east like this mitigates, doesn't eliminate. You're always going to have maintenance, but I do think it mitigates the chances of any kind of repairs or maintenance. I mean, typically, sinkholes will continue moving, but they're going to move more towards the center than they are going to be the outside perimeter. And obviously, it doesn't make sense to follow the exact contour of the sinkhole. You'd have a funny-looking walking trail going
Right.
squiggly lines all over the place.
That's right.
So I think this makes sense. Obviously, we'd still like to have the tie-in over to, I think it's called Road F. I don't know if you've named it, but anyway, we obviously still want the tie-in over there, Billy, at Road F. Maybe Mark could put it on there just so there's no misunderstandings. There you go.
any more questions or comments from the planning commission?
The other one is dealing with the 50-foot setback for the building lots. So what are your opinions on that?
I think wasn't that the one we talked about
I
right
thought
before we talked about this?
Is that okay, the way?
Yeah.
I think the consensus was that we're okay with that. Obviously,
Let's get
the applicant's got some work to do before those lots could get approved
Okay.
at the final plat stage.
All right. Yep.
And if those things can be satisfactorily resolved, then we're okay with it.
Plat
If they can't, then they're going to lose a couple of lots.
And also, approval of the other subject twos, have you reviewed those and agree to be in compliance with these?
I did have some questions on a few.
Okay.
This is just really minor, but it's asking to revise the SWIP narrative on comment number 10. The SWIP is a TDEC document, and TDEC's already approved it, and we've submitted the approval to the town. I'd prefer not to revise a TDEC-approved document, since we've already met all their criteria.
That wasn't my
Turn there,
comment,
Mark.
but that's not my comment. I'd have to check with the stormwater coordinator, but if she's, you could have it if it's acceptable to the stormwater coordinator, that's fine with me.
So do we need to indicate that?
To revise or come to an agreement with the stormwater coordinator,
Yeah, because that was her
Text to that.
comment.
effect?
The next one I had may be her comment too, but comment 14, in terms of does it potential impacts to subsurface. In 2004, Mark mentioned Scotty Sorrells. In 2004, I walked the property with Scotty Sorrells. And we got this property permitted with injection wells to do all the phases. He talked about doing one at a time, and he just said there's too many closed contours. He wants to do all of them at once. So we permitted the whole site to receive stormwater back in 2004, 2005. Well, the permit expired, and we renewed the permit in this year, I guess. I would think, since it's, again, this is a TDEC injection well, they call it an injection well permit. So whether you're injecting chemicals into the ground or stormwater, it's all the same permit. And we've got that permit once, and then it was, we have it again. And so I would think that should suffice, because that's what that permit is.
So you need to bring that to the attention of the
Engineering staff.
Yeah, engineering staff.
It just is, if that satisfies the town engineer, I think that's the way that's worded. It'd be fine. I mean, as long as he's satisfied with it. I know you changed your concept a little bit in that part of Bridgemore, and I don't know if that impacts that particular approval or not.
Billy,
No,
Billy,
no.
are you actually doing injection wells, or are you just doing surface drainage,
Just-
and eventually they find the throw to the sinkhole?
Yeah, if it ends up, right now, there's still, I mean, we keep saying sinkhole, but it's a closed depression, closed contour, and the water just drains there naturally. So-
It does pre-development, and you're proposing to continue post-development,
post-development.
keeping
Be
the
the same-
stormwater going the same way.
Would it be the same peak discharge? Is that
Well, it's not a peak issue when you're dealing
the
with
volume?
Yeah, because time goes away when you go to a sinkhole, and it's just
Okay.
volume, yeah. Yeah, so
Carol would be mostly looking for any kind of drainage to the sinkholes that might make them more active as far as, potential issues with the
Going to China.
subsurface.
I mean, I think if the engineer can say that, hey, our post-development discharge to the sinkhole does not exceed the pre-development discharge, then I think
He probably would be fine with it. That's
Right.
why I worded it like that, so just address to the town engineer's satisfaction to ensure compliance with the sinkhole ordinance. That's the way that I phrased that.
That's on 14.
Yeah. Is that okay, Billy, the way that's worded?
We've got that permit, injection well permit that, I think
Maybe.
we've submitted it,
You
actually.
probably did. Yeah, I'm sure we've got it.
I don't recall us discussing that in the staff developer.
The other issue that I didn't get to is dealing with the road.
Right.
We talked about that, and it was a condition of the October 2021 approval as well, is that as this is a phase that has over 100 lots, we're getting further away from the only access into and out of this large development. And so the fire marshal, has really been relying on the concept plan that was approved in 2004, which showed the secondary access down to Allen Kirby Road, to basically not require all the houses to be sprinklered in Bridgemore. But he is at this time, given the number of lots and the distance from McPhee Road, asking for a fire apparatus road to be constructed at a minimum down to Allen Kirby Road. So that is not proposed to be where the envisioned public street would go for the last phase of Bridgemore. Maybe it should, maybe it shouldn't. I'm not sure. It looks like it follows kind of an old dilapidated driveway that's in the far west part of the development. And that's okay. But the letter of credit is still a condition for this particular approval, the same as it was at the October Planning Commission meeting. And that would basically assure the town that the connector street from these phases will be constructed to Allen Kirby Road, and then the necessary improvements made along Allen Kirby Road to the subdivision regulations
Do you have a
requirements.
drawing of the whole development so we can see approximately where that road would be cut in?
Yeah, it's right here.
That's item 3, right? Mark?
Item 2.
So I think the driveway kind of comes down this way, okay?
Secondary.
Yeah. The fire apparatus road.
Okay.
That's what it's shown right now.
Okay.
There's actually a gravel access off of Allen Kirby Road, but then the connector road that we're talking about with the letter of credit is this one. The public street that would tie Bridgemore essentially to Allen Kirby Road, and then the improvements along Allen Kirby Road. That would be and that's the same thing it was discussed, and it was a condition when this was presented to you all.
So the secondary
2021.
access road would just be a gravel type road? Is that what we're looking?
It will just have to meet the requirements of the fire marshal, for whatever. It could potentially be compacted gravel. He's indicated that to me. Obviously, until the public road is built to Allen Kirby Road, it would be ideal to have at least a binder on that, because just for maintenance and washout. 'cause
Mark,
gravel could be
you're going to
kind
have
of
to give us a
problem.
few minutes to read this thing that's been
Oh.
submitted to us. This is
Okay.
not really what we like to happen right here.
This is part of the,
Just part of this?
it's part of the,
Maybe Ben could give us
Yeah.
the Cliff Notes version on what we're looking at here.
I can, and I think that's probably part of a larger conversation. I can address, I think, condition number 2, and I will get to that. You don't have to read it yet. Condition 2 is the emergency fire access required by the fire marshal. We agree that needs to happen. When this was discussed at the developers meeting on November 29, Billy reached out to the fire marshal and trying to get with him before tonight to see if we could, come to an agreement as to what could it be gravel, what would be the conditions needed to make it, meet the fire code requirements to allow emergency access to connect into Phase 4. We suggested there's already an existing driveway from an old house that was there that is already fairly well compacted and already kind of follows and avoids the sinkholes. And for, emergency access for any potential fire issues, that would probably suffice. But we need to get with him on that. I don't think we necessarily want to try plat and grade along where the existing road to Phase 5 is, because quite frankly, we don't know when or if Phase 5 will be developed. And that's one of the issues that kind of segues in to the letter of credit. Yeah, just in the last, in agenda item number 6, a letter of credit was not recommended because we didn't know when that would occur. That could take quite some time. And that's the same thing here with Phase 5. We don't know when or even if that will occur. It's not going to occur anytime in the near future, just given the current economic conditions. So an irrevocable, indefinite letter of credit just doesn't seem like it would work. What I passed out, this was a statute, public chapter number 1128, Senate Bill 2849. This passed in April of this year by the Tennessee legislature, and it became effective on July 1 of this year. It requires that all the subdivision regulations for municipalities be amended to reflect that there cannot be any automatic dedications of right-of-way until there's been a determination by the municipality that that right-of-way is necessary and meets the two-prong test of 2 cases of the Supreme Court. There's Nolan versus California Coastal Commission, 1987 Supreme Court case, and then Dolan versus City of Tigard, a 1994 Supreme Court case. What those cases done is interpreted the just compensation clause of the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, which requires that private property can't be taken for public use without just compensation. And they apply that to conditions upon approval for municipalities when you're approving things like this. And what it says is that there has to be 2 prongs met. There has to be an essential nexus to what are you asking for, and does what you're asking for solve the problem. That's usually a pretty easy prong to solve. If you're worried about road improvements, impacts to roads, asking the developer to improve the road, that speaks to the concern. So, and that's not a concern here. The second prong, though, is what we are and have been concerned, even going back to October of 2021, is we don't know what the impact we're going to cause to Allen Kirby Road is yet. We haven't connected to it. There haven't been any studies showing, what the traffic flows to Allen Kirby Road are going to be from Bridgemore. We all agree Allen Kirby Road is a very narrow road and needs to be improved. It was substandard before Bridgemore, and it's substandard today. But it's our position that we can't be required to make any improvements on Allen Kirby until it's determined exactly what the impact we're going to cause on that road is. And then that gets to the second prong that Dolan versus the City of Tigard set forth, and it's all referenced here in this public chapter. That is, the town has to determine what the rough proportionality of that impact is. And we can only be asked to provide improvements based upon the impact that we're causing, roughly proportional to the impact we're causing. And the issue with the letter of credit is we've been asked to pay for 100% of Allen Kirby Road, and we don't think we ever agreed to that. And I understand there are improvements that were shown to Allen Kirby Road on the 2004 concept plan, and even some road profiles that were presented at that time, but there was never agreement as to who would pay for how much and what would the split would be between the town. So we think that condition is premature. If Phase 5 is developed, if we tie into Allen Kirby, and if our residents start using Allen Kirby for ingress and egress, it's appropriate at that time to determine how much does Bridgemore need to pay for. But we think at this time that condition is premature, and we'd ask that it be removed.
I must be missing something. I'm not seeing that in our subject twos. I'm not seeing the letter of credit that has to do with.
It's number 2.
Number
Allen
3.
Well, I'm reading number 2 in its entirety.
It's number 3.
Number 3, sorry.
Three.
So what we're talking about is a future letter of credit to be determined, is the big issue with number 3.
It's, well, I understand, and this is what I understand happened in October of 2021 as well, that it's to be provided now and be held indefinitely because we don't know when we're going to connect to Allen Kirby in the future. And so what the town was asking for is that letter of credit be held to secure the road improvements, but we don't have any determination as to how much we are going to be required to pay for because there's no information at this time as to what that impact is actually going to be. There'll be some impact, but we don't know if it's going to be 40%, if it's going to be 80%, if it's going to be 100%, which we know it's not going to be 100%. People already use it. So we can't be required to pay for 100% of the road. So I think that is just, we don't have enough information now to make that a subject to. That should be conditioned upon the approval of Phase 5.
My vague memory, going back 20 years, and I was not on the planning commission, but I've been sitting in those blue chairs for a long time prior to being a commissioner. My vague memory was that the issue with Allen Kirby Road and whatever improvements that were going to be done was triggered by your last phase. Was there some other language in there that Phase 4 was triggering this? Because otherwise, I'm not sure why a letter of credit is necessary until you get to Phase 5, and then this negotiation about how much impact you have on the road would then occur at that moment in time, probably with a traffic study.
I agree with that completely, Commissioner Myers, and we've gone back and looked at the minutes and looked to see was there ever any agreement memorialized in the minutes or any understanding as to when that would occur, and the minutes are silent on that. The only thing that we can find in the record, I've gone back all the way to 2004 on this, is that the initial concept plan, which we all know is subject to changes as we come forward with these preliminary plats, showed that there would be improvements to Allen Kirby Road. That's going to happen at some point. It needs to happen anyway, but we will participate in it if and when we develop Phase 5, connect to Allen Kirby Road, and start causing additional impact based upon our development.
Well, I think he just stated the concern that we have at the town level, if and when. There's no incentive to finish this development. If you know, so we've relied on this concept that has shown this connection to Allen Kirby Road since 2004. We could have been requiring every house in there to be sprinklered up till now. So that connection is very critical, not just from that perspective, but from our connectivity requirements. This is a huge subdivision. And I understand the test. I mean, we're familiar with that. It's just, I don't know what the incentive would be to plat 44 lots if you had to also do some things on Allen Kirby Road. That's our concern at this time. You're platting 100 lots, 102 lots. I think now is the time that needs to be a conversation point. And if y'all aren't comfortable with that, then I would recommend that we either deny the plat as submitted, or we need to have further conversations with the applicant and the town engineer and the town attorney, town administrator to figure out these things. But this connection is very important to get down to Allen Kirby Road. Now, what happens on Allen Kirby Road, you know, we're certainly willing to talk with them about that, and we have. But that we can't, you know, we've relied on this, and I would be, you know, kind of afraid that would never happen. So you got this huge subdivision with one way in and one way out, and that's been our concern with this. I don't see the incentive of finishing the thing.
So what you're saying is you don't think they'll ever do Phase 5?
I think it would be, there's a very likely possibility that would not happen. Yeah.
What was the, do we have any idea of what the agreement was back in 2004 of how we were going to address this, or was it just left for future interpretation?
Yeah, I mean, there's things that imply certain things, but like Ben says, I think there's not something that's crystal clear about how that's going to be paid for. As far as the Allen Kirby Road, it's something that it appears that it was intended to be by the developer, at least most of it.
Is there any language in there from the fire marshal as to these households won't need to be sprinkled because we're expecting a second road? I mean, is there anything from the fire marshal's perspective in there?
Well, we've got this
They're doing a gravel.
this gravel road, this fire apparatus road, which solves the life and safety issue, which is, if we go back to a number of years ago, post 2004, but pre-today, when we adopted basically an ordinance that required essentially that any neighborhood over 30 lots should have a secondary access. I'm glossing over a lot of the details, but essentially that's what it was. And the intent behind that was the life and safety to be able to get emergency vehicles in and out of a subdivision if and when the entrance got blocked for some other reason. A tree fell over the road, another accident occurred, and somebody needed to get to the hospital
That
with
was
a heart
one
attack.
reason. One of many reasons.
Well, and I've always been a big advocate of connectivity, both vehicular and pedestrian connectivity. But the big, overwhelming, overarching issue, when we go back to that, really was life and safety. It had to do with being able to protect the public and provide a secondary access in the event of an emergency. Obviously, we like the ideas of being able to go from point A to point B and using fewer gallons of gas. And if you can get, so somebody's over in this subdivision, they want to go over to McPhee Park. Well, it would be, they could do it quicker and easier going out Allen Kirby Road than going the circuitous way all the way through the subdivision. But that necessarily wasn't the intent of when we changed that particular ordinance. Now, there's other things at play here where we had a developer agree a long time ago, hey, we're going to connect. We know there's going to be participation in the road cost. I think they stipulate that they agreed to that. What I'm concerned about is we're asking them to come up with some amount of a letter of credit, of which we actually don't have a formula yet that says this is how many cars per day they're going to put on that road. And this is so, if there's X number of cars today and there's going to be Y number of cars once they're built out, well, the difference in there typically is going to be their pro rata share of how much they should ante up and write a check for the improvements to Allen Kirby Road. But I'm not sure we're there yet where they even have enough data to be able to produce a traffic study to provide us the information to come up with a letter of credit.
I'm not comfortable moving on until we have a resolution of this in some manner, or shape, or form.
Two things. The fire marshal has not been satisfied, and I don't know that Mr. Hale has, so until both of those happen, I think we need to let that happen.
I agree.
And I would add that going back to, in time to when this first came up, it was always thought there would be connectivity for two main reasons stick in my memory. And that was, one was obviously the emergency egress and exit. But there was also discussion about the fact that you would have a number of lots and houses and residences that people did not need to be weaving all the way through there, coming out one exit or entrance into Bridgemore, that they needed to be, for their own livability in the subdivision, they needed a better way to get out. And there was even I think there was even one comment by an alderman at that point in time about eventual signalization at Allen Kirby and
McPhee?
That intersection.
Well, I mean, if it meets warrants, then we could discuss that.
It was a discussion about flow, not just emergency.
The connectivity comes from our plan. That's where those amendments came from, and that's what we're trying to advance. And there's several reasons for the connectivity. The safety obviously is one, more efficient flow of traffic. a more cohesive community because people are more interconnected with each other. All those things are talked about in our plan, and we use the plan as guidance to make those amendments to our subdivision regulations. And so that's why it's in there. This connection to Allen Kirby Road is very important for a number of reasons. And, you know, I do think that we'd be open to having further conversation with, you know, the applicant and their client, with the town attorney and town engineer, town administrator, to see where we go from here. But that's our concern about this connector street and Allen Kirby Road at this point.
If I could just add a little bit of commentary on that, and I appreciate your comments, Mark. I mean, there was never either when this was approved, before we redesigned it to address the sinkhole issues, there was not a requirement even then for the fire road, much less let's go ahead and connect a vehicular access to Allen Kirby Road. That was what the letter of credit was supposed to be, but the letter of credit can't, you know, we don't know what that's supposed to look like until there's enough information. But if the concerns were connectivity, then that, you know, would have been a requirement. The life and safety issues are satisfied by the fire road, and if there is an issue, that road can be accessed by emergency vehicles just as easily as it can be from people within the subdivision in the unfortunate event there is something like that requires it. So we think we're meeting the requirements with meeting the fire code requirements, and that would satisfy that. We're not saying we're not going to do phase 5. It's just, you know, this started in 2004. We're now halfway through. You know, 3B and 4 would, you know, bring us most of the way, but, you know, how long is it going to take before we do that? It's premature conversation, but we don't think it's proper to deny this because we're not going to do a letter of credit, which is what I'm hearing.
I wouldn't be denying it because we're not doing a letter of credit. I'd be denying it because because I don't have clarity on this. This is premature because we don't have clarity on the final steps forward for connecting it. I'm struggling with that. That we don't, well, I can't say it a third time.
Well, that's exactly the point.
Obviously, if we go back in time and memorialize some agreement in 2004, this wouldn't be an issue. And so what we have this ambiguous agreement of which I think generally speaking the applicant agrees that once they got through so many phases, and I think the issue is here, I'm not sure anybody really agrees, well, at what point did the trigger for this Allen Kirby connection and improvements occur? Obviously, the applicant would like for it to trigger at phase 5, and I think that the staff feels like it should have been triggered a little earlier. And so it may be one of those things that's just above our pay grade, and you're sitting down with the town administrator and Tom Hell, the town attorney, and see if you can come to some sort of conclusion. Because you can see, I think there's a lack of clarity. I'll pick on Louise's language there, and that I think we're struggling with. That we're probably, if you push us to a vote tonight, you probably wouldn't want the vote that's going to occur here without getting some more clarity. As much as I understand where you guys were coming from, and like I said, my memory was, you know, when you finish out the neighborhood, but I think the problem is there's not a definition of when it's finishing out the neighborhood. That was going to be the trigger. Again, this is going back 18 years, and it's a shame. I guess we don't have video on those meetings going back to 2004. All we have are just the minutes.
We have the minutes, and again, I don't think there was an agreement as to what would be done. We all recognize that there would be improvements to Allen Kirby Road, but who did what and who paid for what percentage of that was never memorialized. I think to Mark's point, the town may have assumed that we would pay for all of it because there were some later budgeting meetings where it talked about, you know, us paying for it that we weren't parties to and did not participate in. So I think that the town maybe did think that, but there's nothing in the minutes that reflect that we had that understanding.
And quite frankly, I don't think the town has a track record, albeit there might be one that had to do with Baldwin Park many years ago, but I don't think our track record is, hey, we're going to put all the burden on this road. And the reality is there are other residents, citizens, taxpayers, even Loudoun County folks that are using that road today. And so I do think it would be unfair to put all the burden on you guys. I think the burden should be proportional to the amount of use that you guys get out of that road.
I think the
But
law-
again, that's way above my pay grade. I'm not qualified to tell you what that burden is, nor do I have the authority to be able to tell you that. The only one that could really work through this and trying to figure out, where does the trigger occur, and what was the intent back in 2004, is the town attorney. Because if you guys go to litigation, the town attorney is going to have to be the one that's going to have to, sit down and litigate.
Yeah, and I think the law requires it to be proportional. I think the issue is when this was a subject to in October of 2021, there was a similar conversation that it should be some fair split between the town and us. Problem is when after that meeting, I think the town engineer said, no, you need a letter of credit for 100%. And so that really kind of really shook us up a little bit, so to speak.
Well, I will say that 3B and 4, that's a large number of people relative to Phase 5. So I see that as a trigger as to 3B and 4. A large number of people in relation to Phase 5 especially. And the neighborhood I live in does have the 2 entrances, but there was a big discussion about it at the time. But the fact that fire equipment, or EMS for that matter, could get in was a huge issue. And I think you'll find most citizens feel that way, most homeowners feel that way.
Absolutely, and that's why Condition 2, which we agree to, satisfies that concern that their EMT and fire, and there can be emergency access there. It's just not a way in and out on a normal day-to-day for the residents there.
Mark, if a fire road is put in and it washes, or there's it's winter and there's snow on it and that sort of thing, whose responsibility for upkeep is that?
That's one of the comments in number 2 is talking about.
Well, until
Who's
it's dedicated as a
responsible?
public right-of-way, it should be on the burden of the applicant.
Where we would like it to be,
It's
Yeah.
one of the 2.
where we would like the road to be, and the old driveway, that's on developer's property. It's not intended to be platted in Phase 5. That would be unless it's dedicated, or unless there's another road that substitutes for it, it would be our responsibility.
I kind of like the idea of using the old driveway. I think it addresses life and safety issue, as well as you're cutting down fewer trees and trying to go put a new road in. What I'm talking about is this temporary fire apparatus.
Right.
Or we're actually calling it a secondary fire apparatus, but really it's a secondary, emergency first responders access is really what it is.
Up through there.
And I think, we have this other issue, except I'm comfortable with the fire road, but, until the consensus of the commission is get comfortable with this other issue, I don't know how to move forward.
Isn't this temporary driveway going to turn into a regular driveway when people are going to use it every day, just like they do a
Yeah.
And
street?
I assume you'd
That
have
was
some
another question.
removable bollards on it?
Yeah, we haven't gotten with the fire marshal, obviously, to work out the details of it, but it would be something that would be opened in a case of emergency, but it wouldn't be something that would be, I don't think people are gonna, you might have some people walking down there, but I don't think people are gonna take their nice cars down a windy, potentially gravel or rough asphalt road, or whatever the minimum requirements would be for that type of access.
It sounds like we're at a point where the applicant, you folks, can ask us to vote on what's presented here, or you can postpone, because some of us aren't comfortable that this issue is not completely resolved and can't be resolved in this meeting, this item 3.
This has been going on for quite some time.
To be resolved.
I mean, it's not like it just come to a
If
head.
you want us to vote on it, I guess we can, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Could you give me a second to consult
Sure.
with my client? Thank you.
It's kind of, it'd be hard to change agenda items with.
Need to take a break here, or,
Take a break, that's a
Yeah,
good
that's
idea.
fine.
okay?
Sure.
We'll take a 5-minute break. Please, if everybody will have a seat. Go.
Thank you. I appreciate that opportunity to consult with my client. We're agreeing, we'll be agreeing to postpone it, and get with Mr. Hale and talk through some of these issues, see if we can get some clarity.
And
Please move, we'd like for you to move it along. We're not trying to stall you. We'd really like clarity so we can move you guys along.
And we also need to get with the fire marshal too and get some clarity on that as well. That's the other thing that we
Motion
need
to,
Okay. Item number 8, discussion and public hearing on a site plan for a new field house and athletic field improvements at First Baptist Church of Concord, 11704 Kingston Pike, zoned R-3 and R1SA. Ezek Jeffers, MBI Company applicant.
Do you have some people that signed up for this when we get to that? Yeah, this particular item, basically over at First Baptist Church Concord, the south end, they're using that part of the property already for ball fields. This is kind of the south end of their property, backs up to Bel Air here and Farragut Crossing to the west. So it's this area here that we're talking about. And this particular proposal is to basically involve removing this turnaround associated with the school and also some temporary structures in this area here and a small playground. It would involve some improvements to the rectangular field and also formalizing a ball field, softball, baseball field in this general location. Again, the area is already being used as ball fields. This would just be more formalized and defined, creating, dugouts and, press box and that kind of thing, seating areas in that particular part of their campus. And then to the west of that, they're proposing a field house, again, consolidating some of the temporary structures that exist out there right now into one building, roughly 22,000 square feet, and it would be just to the south of the parking lot that's associated with the educational facility. When we looked at this at the staff developer meeting, this is what the field house would look like. It's pretty much mostly brick, two-story. Some of the issues that came up, of course, this property is surrounded by existing residential developments, and there were some citizens that showed up and expressed some concerns about noise, lighting, and stray balls that may come over to hit cars or pedestrians along Bel Air Drive. That was some of the things that were talked about, and also the fact that maybe formalizing this area more may make this more inviting for the church to use or rent out to other entities in the future at some point and get more activity and use of these fields, which could also create more traffic into and out of the property, particularly on the Kingston Pike access points, and then also down at Federal to the west. So that was some of the citizen comments that were raised. They didn't want any loudspeakers, no ball field lighting. Of course, we've dealt with that quite a bit. The only lighting they're proposing at this time would be associated with the field house itself, building mounted lights. I think, yeah, you can see the sconce style here is what they're proposing. It would be on the field house. That's the brick examples of what the field house would include. Screens for the HVAC units. So that's kind of an overview of what they're proposing. Not a lot of grading. There is some grading on the rectangular field, a little bit with the ball fields, but it's mostly just kind of formalizing those spaces and adding the field house. The staff's comments were at your places. We had 14 remaining comments. Kind of dealt with clarifications mostly, but we do have someone here from the applicant, and they can talk about their project in more detail, or if you have any specific questions. And then, like I said, I do have some people that have signed up to speak on this matter as well when you want me to call on those people.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. And tell us who you are and give us an address.
Chris Trico, MBI Companies, 299 Northwise Garber Road, Knoxville.
Thank you.
Well, Mark covered it. We've had a pretty good, I've been working on the site portion of this project since this time last year or longer, when the lighting component was still a part of the project. And through discussions over the months after that, that has been removed as a component from the project, which was, I think, one of the major concerns with this plan, and additionally the noise that would come with that. And I think that there was conversations with the church and the neighbors about no external speakers, no public address system, to control noise that way, so that it would be limited to there's a scoreboard, whatever sounds come out of the scoreboard would be all that we're talking about, noise or sound wise, as a part of this project. And the plans we submitted were they're preliminary, but with the limited grading, we're trying to keep all the grades really as close to where they are today as possible. Going with some combination of lawn field, grass field, turf field, or some of each of those. And regarding the comments that we got in the staff report, there's nothing, some of these we picked up in time to get into this set, and then there are none that I think we're comfortable to address every other thing in here as we move forward. I'd be happy to answer any questions about the project that I can.
Does anyone on the planning commission have a question for the applicant?
Where is the scoreboard?
It's
I
right
couldn't read
here.
it. I could not read it and see it.
Yeah, let me pull up this. As proposed right now, though we did kind of question the location, it's right here.
Okay.
There's an existing scoreboard that was approved through the Visual Resources Review Board a couple of months ago that's on the far southwest part of the property. It's already out there for the rectangular field. The standard is that you basically have to screen them so that they're not visible from adjacent properties or rights of ways. So what they've done out there, they've situated that scoreboard to face really toward the fields only, and then they've added some evergreen trees along different lines of sight on Bel Air Drive so that you really wouldn't see it from Bel Air Drive. So that was something that was talked about with the VRB when they approved that.
Well, I got a question. The VRB approved the scoreboard on the rectangular field, which
That's
is
right.
on the west
Yeah,
side.
they haven't looked at this, right, on the
Okay.
southwest part.
But this one here, I don't understand, people sitting in the stands, how are they going to see that scoreboard? I'm a little confused.
That was one of our comments, and it probably would be easier to screen it if it were situated in a different location too, because it kind of faces right toward Bel Air Drive.
I'd like the applicant to answer. I mean,
Yeah, that was we wanted to show that as a component of the project, and knowing that we had to go through the VRRB, it's really a placeholder showing that that's a component of this project. I don't think the location or specifically the orientation of it is exactly what the plan is gonna be, and then the screening will come once we get that located and oriented. So we wanted to show it on there, so that you could see that that was a component.
So are you saying you're going to leave where it is?
Well, I'm saying we haven't gotten to that level of detail,
They
I
haven't
think, on
determined
exactly how it's
Okay,
going to be, but we didn't want to not show that it was.
I think, Chris, the issue
Central
is if
component.
that's where you show it, and that's what we're approving as part of your site plan, that's where we're approving it. And I think
Yeah.
you're seeing some of us, that especially we've spent some time on the ball fields, that's not a good spot for it. Historically, it's beyond the outfield fence. Obviously, I know you've got a screening requirement that you're trying to deal with. I think that could be done with landscaping. But if I were in your shoes, I would probably either try to make some sort of amendment tonight or strike it, and then as long as the staff's okay with it, go through VRB, because where you're kind of showing it, if that's not your intention, you're kind of creating an ambiguity where we're approving something that that particular component we shouldn't be approving. Obviously, I know there's other issues that you're trying to deal with, sight lines, and you're also trying to deal with screening from an adjacent right-of-way. So I'm sure it's a push and pull challenge, trying to make all of this, as probably your entire site, trying to make, appease everybody that's involved. But am I the only one seeing this? Scoreboard, we shouldn't show the scoreboard where that's not where it's not going to be.
That's my concern. That's
It
why.
was brought up in the staff developer too.
I wanted to make sure we knew where it was.
That's comment number 12, is that the envisioned location for the scoreboard would not appear to be optimal for spectator viewing and would be difficult to
Site
screen.
plan does not approve approval of the scoreboard.
Huh?
That's, item 12 says site plan approval does not constitute approval of the scoreboard.
Right,
So
that's true.
Yeah, it's
So
key.
Well, what we don't want to do is we don't want to misdirect our applicant either. So that it's all about transparency. I mean, the reality is when you put them beyond the outfield fence, as long as they're taller than the outfield fence, they don't have to be giant
What I would
structures.
suggest is that they just remove it and put a note on there that says they would, if they may put a scoreboard out there at some point, and it will have to meet all town requirements.
Does that make you? Are you comfortable with that? Because that would makes us more comfortable, other than approving something we know is not even valid.
Yes.
And what your intentions are.
Really,
Okay.
my error of interpreting that, I kind of thought that's where we were headed. That was our intention.
Unless that's where you want it. But I'm not sure why you guys should spend the money to put it there, unless it's for the other field, which I guess it's a soccer field or is it a football field?
It's a rectangular field.
Just a multi-purpose field.
Yeah.
Okay. And so it was but that's not the purpose of this particular scoreboard. This scoreboard is supposed to service the ball field.
Correct.
I'm sorry, is it baseball or softball? Wait, are you going to use both? Where you can put a temporary, you can put an outfield fence for softball? Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
So are we amending 12?
I think,
To say
doesn't it,
remove?
it says site plan does not constitute approval of the scoreboard. It's okay the way it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the language probably covers us, but I think the applicant's on
Okay.
record saying, hey, we're gonna amend this, and if we all have
I
an
would
understanding of
Just
what's
to have
happening
a
here.
note, it'd probably be better.
Clear about what we're doing here. So
And if they can't meet the town requirements, then they couldn't put the scoreboard up. So, I
Right.
mean,
What we don't want to do is we don't necessarily need to bring the applicant back to planning commission for this.
Right,
And that's what
right.
I'm trying to avoid.
yeah, we had some comments about the fencing, having detail on that. There's really not any detail on the scoreboard either, and they may not have any at this point, because the other scoreboard's very large. And if they can make it much smaller and still get the job done, that would be certainly highly recommended. But that was some of the things, because, again, there was a concern raised at the staff developer meeting about balls reaching Bel Air Drive, where hitting cars or pedestrians. So they may need to speak to that. There's a pretty good distance there. I certainly couldn't hit one out of the infield probably, so it wouldn't be a problem for me, but somebody could hit it, very good ways, but it's a fair distance from Bel Air Drive. I think this is 50 feet just right here from Bel Air, this line here.
I'm also looking at, it looks like that, I mean, you got to hit hit a 400-foot
Yeah, you'd have to
line
hit-
drive to get over that fence, and then there's a lot of distance there. I'm not sure there's a lot of major league ball players that could hit Bel
I
Air
don't
Drive.
think, yeah, I think it's probably
The
far
shortest
enough.
It's no less than 400 feet.
We just needed to
That's
see more
the shortest.
detail about the
Gotta
fencing,
be
how
third-
high is it, what
third
kind of,
baseline.
what it will look like and that
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
Do we want to hear from the
Yeah,
public?
Mark, we're ready to go to the.
Yeah, I can have the comments here. I'll call up one and then the next one can get in behind there. Kathy McGowan, and then after her, Pam Stevens.
And Mark, you are timing these?
Yeah, let me get out of this real quick, so I'm gonna have to get out of PowerPoint.
Hello, my name is Kathy McEwen. I live at
Can you- Can you
107.
wait just a second? He's going to be timing you.
I have to get out of PowerPoint to start the clock, sorry. All right, you can go.
Okay, go.
Let's see, where was I? Oh, yes. I live at 107 Confederacy Circle in Farragut, in the Shiloh subdivision. We don't really have an order to our talk, but I really didn't expect to go first, but that's okay. I just would like to say a few words about sound and noise. We have already had to deal with noise and sound ever since the expansion of the church. We hear the band practice, and that's punctuated by the bass drum. And fortunately, they seem to have changed the time because it was at 7 a.m. on Saturday morning. Anyway, Shiloh subdivision has homes that are only about 100 feet uphill from the church's present parking lot. Other homes are only 150 to 200 feet from the athletic fields. But even the homes on the east side of Shiloh can hear what's happening down the hill. We're up on a hill. Like I said, we hear the band practicing. We hear car doors slamming, people yelling, horns honking in the parking lot. And well, it's honking and stuff into the public airspace, mainly on weekends and sometimes during the week. There are times when our pictures and artwork have to be recentered after band practice or a ball game because of the feedback from the portable amplified sound systems and the bass drum. We clearly hear what is being said over the portable PA systems inside our homes. We even have to turn up our TV volume at times to be able to hear them over the field and parking lot noise. Now, this has been mostly on the weekends and occasionally during the week, but this could become a daily experience for us. In the spring, summer, and fall, when there are ball games, tournaments, training camps, and the like. And noise echoes across ball fields, open green spaces, and especially parking lots. We want trees or trees plus fencing as sound barriers along the perimeter of Bel Air Drive to protect us and our neighbors from this cacophony of sound and noise. Or there are commercial sound barriers made expressly for athletic fields. There are choices that the church can make to be a good neighbor to the subdivisions that are adjacent to or nearby the First Baptist Church ball fields and parking lots. Thank you.
Next speaker is Pam Stevens, and after her, Mary Ellen Brannon.
Good evening. My name is Pam Stevens. My address is 200 Battery Hill Circle, and that's within the Farragut Crossing subdivision. My comments tonight are going to be very brief. Also, I wanted to add, we've lived in our house here since 1992, so we've seen a lot of town growth. Thank you all for all the hard work. We appreciate it. I respectfully ask that the Planning Commission consider placing a clear and concise, and unfortunately because of past history, a well-documented requirement that there be no amplified sound outside. I live like third row of houses away from the fields, and the sound gets within the brick houses and just reverberates. Personal experience several years ago with just a simple portable outside sound system. I thought somebody was I was inside my house with the radio on and all the windows closed, and I thought somebody was in the driveway. I went outside my driveway and looked, and then followed the sound around. And again, it's that reverberation among the brick walls. So I respectfully ask that we have no outside, anyway, amplified sound. Thank you.
And after Mary Ellen Brennan is David White. Sorry, let me restart that. Here. Okay, okay. All right, I got you.
Thank you. I'm Mary Ellen Brannon. I live at 212 Battery Hill Circle in Farragut Crossing. My husband and I live 2 streets west of the proposed First Baptist Church of Concord, or FBC, site plan. I believe what FBC is really requesting is approval for a massive privately owned athletic complex in the midst of and adjoining the established single-family neighborhoods of Bel Air, Derby Chase, Shiloh, Glen Abbey, and Farragut Crossing. There are hundreds of homes in these neighborhoods. In fact, over 450 single-family homes. In spite of some of the notations on the proposed site plan, which indicate no loudspeakers, FBC representatives for this project have told me, as well as others, that they fully intend to use amplified sound at their new fields and in the proposed field house, which has large roll-up bay doors. By carefully noting no loudspeakers, FBC has completely omitted any mention of other forms of amplified sound, which, based on their own comments, will be utilized. Amplified sound means speech, music, or other sound projected or transmitted by electronic equipment, including amplifiers, loudspeakers, portable speaker systems, microphones, bullhorns, radios, CD players, or similar devices which are intended to increase the volume, range, distance, or intensity of speech, music, or other sound. Amplified sound is more than just loudspeakers. Outdoor amplified sound is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to control or mitigate. It's a fact that the speed and travel of outdoor amplified sound, or any sound, is affected by temperature, humidity, wind, topography, and other factors which FBC will never be able to control. Some of you already know how far the amplified sound from Farragut High School football games can travel. Why won't FBC guarantee no outdoor amplified sound, not just loudspeakers, for this or any future site plan they may propose? I suggest it is because, as they have readily stated, they fully intend to use amplified sound on this proposed site, regardless of the negative impact to our health, well-being, and quality of life. We hear every bit of this amplified sound that they currently use inside our homes, in our yards, and on our porches and decks. There's no escape. We can't have our windows open or even have a conversation on our decks. We've tried multiple times to approach the church about this. The church would often say that this is an occasional occurrence, but that is not the reality. They have multiple teams, multiple age groups. They have athletic camps in the summer, actually 13 different camp sessions ranging from single day to full week sessions in July and August. They've already been granted approval for a massive 350 square foot scoreboard located about 100 feet from the back property lines of the residents on Farragut Crossing Drive. It's over 22 feet high, and this scoreboard is capable of producing amplified sound. Can you imagine if you lived on Farragut Crossing Drive? Okay. By indiscriminately injecting their amplified sound and music into public airspace in and around our neighborhoods, FBC leaves residents with no choice about hearing their amplified sound. We're forced to hear their amplified sound without regard to the volume, content, or duration. If this site plan goes forward, we will be forced into hearing more and more. FBC has told us they don't have a timeline for this project. The Planning Commission and the town of Farragut do not need to be in a rush to approve this site plan. We need to take the necessary time to define all aspects of this plan and the impacts to our lives of this outdoor amplified sound. You're our only recourse in defense against the use of this amplified sound. We're asking you to send this proposal back to the drawing board until residents can be guaranteed via irrefutable documentation that no outdoor amplified sound will be allowed on this or any future outdoor site plan they may bring forward. If you would not want this amplified sound in your backyard, please don't allow it in ours. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is David White, and after David, we have Jenny Craddock.
David White, 314 Vista Trail, Bel Air subdivision. I think the other speakers have adequately described their concerns. Personally, I have no complaints at all with the actual development that they want to do. Mine is a special request. Mine is a request that during your deliberation and discussion that you talk about the most eastern entrance into the church property. That intersection right now is dangerous as it can be. The addition of the field will put a lot more traffic in and out of that. It's dangerous for Bel Air residents, for Shiloh, but mostly it's extremely dangerous for the parents dropping off and picking up their children because somebody's going to get hurt there. There's a lot of history to that entrance, long-term history. Mark Shipley, the engineer, the attorney, they all know the history of that entrance, and it's complicated. And you guys need to know the history, and you need to know how unsafe it is. If you don't know, just go down there sometime when they're dropping off and delivering, and you'll see what happens. If you're coming eastbound on Kingston Pike and you're going to turn into Bel Air, don't dare turn your blinker on, because our decel lane is only 84 feet long, and the entrance is right before that. If you turn your blinker on, they think you're coming into the church, pull right out in front of you. And then if you come out of our subdivision, try to go west, they're all backed up, you can't. You got to take a right, go down, make a U-turn, and then come back. So please, just during your contemplation, think about that entrance as part of this total development and see if we can't find some way to fix it. Because somebody's going to get hurt or worse there, and I don't think any of us want a child or a parent to end up seriously injured or worse. So please think about that. Mark has all the information about the history, and I have it too. So if you need some more information after talking to Mark, I'll be glad to give it to you. Thank you.
So, next is Jenny Craddock, and then Lori Lyell. It's after her.
My name is Jenny Craddock, and I live at 424 Port Charles Drive in the Glen Abbey subdivision. I have attended the August 23rd Visual Resource Review Board meeting and the November 29th Farragut Municipal Planning Commission workshop to learn more about First Baptist Church Concord's proposed development. While at those meetings, First Baptist Church Concord representatives have said they intend their planned two-story press box to be utilized only for filming. Specifically, Mr. Henry, the church's executive director, said, quote, "There are no plans for permanent loudspeakers at this time or as part of this project." This provides little reassurance. First Baptist Church Concord has demonstrated that they expand the scope of their plans and set aside promises they have made in the past. Mr. Henry has also stated that he wants to provide a, quote, "game day experience" during the sporting events that he wants to hold, and has plans to provide music before, during, and after athletic events. Now, I have attended many high school athletic events, and there have always been announcements and play calls from the press box before, during, and after the contest. There are around 475 homes within the surrounding neighborhoods of Bel Air, Farragut Crossing, Shiloh, Derby Chase, and Glen Abbey. We will all be unwillingly subjected to the sounds coming from this press box, and it is irrelevant to us if those intrusive sounds are coming from permanent loudspeakers or temporary portable speakers. Most towns require a special event permit to conduct public concerts or similar outdoor events so that there is a well-defined beginning and ending time for amplified sound that could interfere with other activities within the surrounding community. Permitting this press box with no constraints on the amplified sound that will be forthcoming will negatively impact the daily lives of approximately 1,000 people who live in the neighborhoods surrounding First Baptist Church Concord. It will also negatively affect our property values, as the enjoyment of our outdoor amenities will be greatly reduced if we can't communicate over the music and game day experience that will be intruding into the privacy of our own communities. This extensive Phase 1 overhaul has the very real potential to turn this property into a commercial zone in the middle of a well-established neighborhood that is zoned residential. It seems it has strayed from the original concept of a house of worship. The press box also raises the questions of security and privacy. If there is filming equipment available, how can residents that are adjacent to church property be assured that there will be no images, either video or still photos, of themselves, their residents, other persons, property, private vehicles, or private activity taking place on private property beyond the church's borders? An elevated press box located so very close to other residential areas has the potential to offer anyone an unobstructed view into or onto nearby homes and private property. This type of vantage point, available equipment, and easy access would be an obvious cause of concern for all parents, given the world in which we find ourselves these days. Will there be strict access control to the second story of the field house and press box at all times? Will the doors be locked to both student and church members when supervisory staff is not in the office to monitor access? There seems to be a lot of issues regarding amplified sound and video and filming capabilities that have not yet been addressed regarding this proposal. Perhaps the church, in the spirit of cooperation and furthering their stated desire to be a good neighbor, could pause and spend more time concentrating on the surrounding members of established neighborhoods. As Mr. Henry has said, they won't even begin this project until they have raised the funds for it, and that could be several years down the road. Since that is the case, there doesn't seem to be a time issue to rush. We don't have to rush this through without having more discussion and having our questions answered. Thank you.
So we have Lori Lyell and then Jeannie Burkowski.
Hello, I'm Lori Lyle. I live at 319 Shadowfax Road, which is Derby Chase. And I want to talk tonight about comment number 3, Mark's comment, the response to that. Before that, though, I want to give a little background. In 2008, during the approval process for the high school expansion, many meetings were held between FMPC members, community development director, and attorneys for FBC, the neighborhoods, and the town of Farragut. Numerous issues were debated over many months. One of the concessions made by FBC was there would be no lighting or sound systems utilized for athletic activities on the ball fields. These conditions, which are in writing between our attorneys and memorialized into the official meeting minutes, were part of the basis upon which that project was approved. There were no end dates discussed at the March 2008 FMPC meeting or written into the agreement. However, FBC is now saying that they never meant this to be long-term. This is not in the spirit of the dialogue. The concept of the spirit of the law incorporates a deeper meaning or the reason for the agreement, while the letter of the law is the exact wording, literally applied without regard for a deeper meaning. Why would we be so opposed to lights and sound in 2008, but agree to be okay with them in 10 years' time? As a town, if we start allowing semantics to override commitments, where does it stop? The real story is told by watching the meetings from 2008, which are on YouTube, which lay it out very clearly that these are to be followed by both parties. So tonight, I just want to get concrete clarification about the response to Mark's comment number 3, which says, staff assumes there will be no loudspeakers. FBC's response is there are no plans for permanent loudspeakers at this time or as part of this project. The first qualifier is the word permanent. Regardless if it's permanent or temporary, the sound's still amplified. They've been using the temporary sound systems over the past few years, and as other people have said, I can hear it inside of my home as well, even on the far end of Derby Chase. So that statement should include all, not just permanent amplified sound. And next, I want to clarify loudspeakers by changing it to amplified sound, not just speakers. And then there's the phrases, no plans and at this time. If left like this, amplified sound could be used tomorrow. We need clear language that leaves no gray area. Their response concludes with, as part of this project. Technically, this could mean only the plans you're seeing tonight. However, the entire field project also includes the enormous scoreboard that now backs up to Farragut Crossing and was recently approved for visual purposes only by the VRRB. Noise from this, of course, would be just as disturbing as anywhere else. Even more so probably because of its proximity to Farragut Crossing homes. If the official 2008 agreements are not honored, what faith can we have in this vague response that we've gotten on this? I would like to see a genuine commitment that our homes will not be subjected to amplified sound, permanent or temporary, now or in the future. FBC wants residents to compromise with them, but we made our sacrifices in 2008. It's not unreasonable to expect that those commitments be adhered to by both parties. Yes, it is FBC's land, but they relocated to an already established Bel Air subdivision and then bought up homes, raising houses to increase their footprint significantly. And the owners there in Bel Air bought their homes for the protection afforded in a residential zone. So in 2008, there were several references that churches can be in residential zones, but tighter restrictions are imposed on them. For example, allowing those fields to be sublet for revenue would essentially create the commercial zone within the residential zone. A January 2008 Town of Farragut letter to the church states, churches are allowed within the residential zoning districts provided certain development criteria is met. The athletic fields are not freestanding uses within the residential zoning districts. I would like to hear more specifics about those restrictions, as well as delve deeper into enforcing the 2008 pact. If any of the commissioners or Board of Mayor and Aldermen or Mark want to get in touch with me, I would appreciate it. And the last thing I just want to say is that if one is not held accountable by the town for the guarantees they make to garner the project approval, then what really is the point? Thank you.
Thank you. Jeannie?
The last speaker on this item.
My name is Jeannie Brykolski. I live on Crestview Road in the Bel Air neighborhood. When my husband and I chose to buy property to build a home in the Bel Air neighborhood in 1995, we knew that First Baptist Concord was located at the front of the neighborhood. We anticipated the heavier than normal traffic on Sunday mornings and Wednesday evenings, and we made our plans accordingly. We were especially drawn to the peace and quiet of Bel Air, which is what we needed after a family tragedy. We never anticipated that several years later, 21% of the Bel Air homes would be gone, and multiple neighborhoods would be dealing with noise issues on a continuous basis due to sports, recreational activities, and band practice. There was an FMPC meeting March 20th, 2008, that was followed up by a letter from the FBC attorney at the time, John King, that stated, "Obviously, we will do what we said we will do, and the town tapes and the court reporter's transcript will reflect what we said. There will be no lighting or sound systems utilized for athletic activities on the ball fields described above." I bring this up because the past couple of years, portable amplified sound systems have been used by FBC and CCS on the ball fields, even though there was a verbal commitment that was followed up by a letter that was copied to the town of Farragut by the FBC attorney. Residents from multiple neighborhoods have called FBC to complain about the noise and felt their concerns were ignored and dismissed. Some neighbors who have had meetings with FBC have walked away confused and concerned, as FBC has stated that the verbal and written commitments they made in 2008 to our community were only temporary or not long-term. To be fair, my husband and I met with Blake Henry in August of this year. He listened to our concerns and questions. However, we did have to agree to disagree. We actually had a nice conversation and left on pleasant terms. To clarify, the residents of the neighborhoods that I have talked with, received emails and phone call from, or who showed up on my doorstep are not against recreational fields and are not trying to stop children or adults from participating in organized sports. As long as the fields are compliant with ordinance and codes, and existing agreements and commitments are honored. Therefore, we feel is only right and fair that before the site plan is approved, provisions are made to protect the neighborhoods of Bel Air, Shiloh, Derby Chase, Farragut Crossing, Glen Abbey, and even parts of Village Green from the noise pollution that currently occurs and will only multiply with the field house and ball field expansion. Also, safety issues need to be addressed. Fencing, in addition to the trees FBC has planted, should be installed on their property behind the scoreboard that borders several homes in Farragut Crossing. Trees should be planted on the FBC property, not along the ball fields, but also the parking lot that is adjacent to Bel Air Drive to dampen the noise for Shiloh residents. In addition, fencing should be installed around the perimeter of the new baseball-softball field, as the balls will be hit towards Bel Air Drive. No one wants a player or child to run into the road after a ball and get hit by a car. This is a safety issue. In addition to a ball possibly hitting a car and distracting a driver and causing a wreck, we have Farragut residents not only from Bel Air but other nearby neighborhoods who like to walk on Bel Air Drive and up into the rest of the neighborhood. You can see people walking their dogs, pushing strollers, walking with their families or friends every day. No one wants to be hit by an errant baseball or softball while they are walking their dog or with their family on the sidewalk in Bel Air Drive. One single baseball or softball could easily make a driver swerve and crash or hit a pedestrian. We have already had occasional problems with soccer balls coming into the road in front of cars, as well as unsupervised young children sitting by the fence line next to the road. We as a part of the Farragut community want to be able to enjoy our homes and outdoor space just like anyone else. We want to be treated with courtesy and respect. We do our best to be good neighbors and hope the others will do the same thing. Thank you, and I hope you all have a Merry Christmas and a safe and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Jeannie. That's all, Mark?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's all.
Mark, can we hold this up until we have some, a more fleshed out idea of what it is they're doing, especially from a amplified sound perspective? I know we don't have a noise ordinance, but I also know that this is a big concern, and it has been a big concern for some time. I'm not comfortable adding on to the problem without having clarity if there's what we can do moving forward.
Yeah, I think what they say on the plan, the revised plans, was no loudspeakers, but it wasn't as detailed as what some of the citizens have requested, so that's something that is up to you all as to whether you're comfortable with that.
I think the quandary that we're in is that we have an applicant who's submitted an application, and if their application is in compliance with our current municipal code, I can't see how we could reject or postpone them. If there are issues that are out of compliance, we could postpone or we could reject the application. But the reality is we don't have a noise ordinance to deal with these things, and quite frankly, the applicants put no loudspeakers on there at our request. I'm not even sure we could, quote unquote, require them to do that. And I'm not sure that having other notations on the plan is going to change their intentions. It does concern me if there were agreements that have been made in the past and those agreements have not been fulfilled. That gives me concern, but if those agreements, in my opinion, are civil matters, not matters that violate our municipal code. And so it very well may be that the residents, have other alternatives to enforce those agreements. But I'm not sure how an agreement between two parties can hold up our ability to either approve or postpone or reject, for that matter, based upon this agreement that may or may not have been honored.
Mr. Myers, I have a copy of the written verbal agreement if you'd like to have a copy.
And Jeannie, and I appreciate that, and I suspect that it exists, and I'm not challenging the fact that it doesn't exist. And I know that for a lot of years, and I do go back all the way to what Alderman White said about, that driveway, was the original entrance to Bel Air, the driveway he has concerns about. And I do remember that driveway. Actually, I remember a time that Kings Pike actually went underwater right there during one of our floods. But nevertheless, this board doesn't have the authority to enforce an agreement between two parties that was not an agreement with the town of Farragut. So again,
Jeannie, if you
well, I'm not sure how the town of Farragut could be a party to an agreement if we don't have a municipal code that either regulates or prohibits the sound issue.
There's actually documentation where the town said these site plans would be approved subject to.
Yep.
And
Subject to this agreement?
subject to parts of that agreement, subject to closing the road as soon as possible, and I can send you copies of those.
Obviously, you're talking about closing the old Bel Air Road. Okay.
Which has not, it was supposed to be done as soon as possible, which of course has not been done. And
This may be similar to a previous item that we had tonight that, we're going to need the town attorney to opine on the facts of what's happening here and exactly what our jurisdiction as a planning commission is.
and you can see where it's copies copied to Tom.
I don't disagree with that
I
one.
agree with that.
Yeah, I
Well, yeah,
agree.
no, I mean, I see an agreement. Obviously, I'm not an attorney. I can't interpret, exactly what the agreement, I can read it for what it's worth, but I can see that Tom Hale, and some previous employees of the town of Farragut were CC'd on this. And so whether or not that brings us into a party to the agreement, I don't have the education or the certification to be able to say yes, because I'm not an attorney. But my thought is I think we need to tread very lightly here, because we could be opening ourselves up from litigation, really from either the applicant or the residents, because there is this other issue, kind of like the previous item we dealt with on Allen Kirby Road, this other issue that is muddying the water here, which it is making all this really complicated. But I do think that we're going to need legal advice moving forward.
Well, we're not trying to stop the project. We're just trying to have FBC honor the commitments they made to the neighborhoods and to the town, especially when on site plans it said subject to, this would be done. We are approving this because you've agreed to do that.
Jeannie, we understand that.
So-
We need legal advice.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
think-
We have no problem with that.
Our problem is you're asking us to resolve an issue for which we have no legal tools to enforce,
Exactly.
okay? And I don't
do
know,
we?
I'm in agreement with what's being said.
We haven't heard that from Mr. Hale.
Well,
That's what
that's
they have to go
It's,
back
it is
and
our
look.
opinion, it's my opinion that we don't have legal tools to do that.
And what
And we're
kinds-
being asked at this meeting without that input to make a decision, and I don't think we're prepared to do that at this time.
The other thing is, according to the Tennessee Code annotated, there is a period of time when an applicant submits a plan in compliance. Again, the staff would be the only one that would have this information that says that if we don't approve, reject, amend the plan by a certain date, then the plan is automatically approved. And we need to make sure we're not getting anywhere close to that window, because we're really opening ourselves up to other legal issues that we really need to understand.
Well, very simple, the site plan to be amended that no amplified sound systems, portable or permanent, or something along those
Jeannie,
lines.
I respect
So-
that request. The problem is that we have no authority in our municipal code that regulates any type of noise. And so it is, we can't, we can ask, and the applicant can acquiesce, but we can't require things that are not in our municipal code.
You all can ask.
Well, absolutely, we can ask. And most of the time, our applicants, we ask for things that are common sense, that are not necessarily black and white required in the code. And the applicant says, hey, for the ability to be able to move this project forward, we're going to agree to that. And then sometimes we ask things that we may not be entitled to. So if we have an applicant that could, the problem is I'm not sure what language the applicant could put on the site plan tonight that is going to, I don't want to use the word appease, because I really try to mean it respectfully as much as possible, but to address the concerns and address some of the concerns of the commissioners. There may not be any language. We talked about loudspeakers versus amplified sound and what the definition is. I guess I'll Jeannie, since you've been a kind of a leader of your community, your neighborhood for many years, is there some language that they could include tonight that would address those concerns?
Well, we thought we thought there was an agreement, and it was no time frame. There's nothing in the letter that they issued in April of 2008 to confirm the FMPC meeting in March of 2008. There's nothing about temporary, short term or anything like that. And yet that's the response we're getting back now. I mean, it clearly says, no this, no that on the ball fields. And it seems to me that because, I'm not an attorney, I'm not a politician, it seems to me that when you've got, our neighborhood's hired an attorney and the church attorney, and there was an agreement that was between the attorneys. There was also work.
That's this agreement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And there was also part of the, being able to get the site plans approved through the town of Farragut.
Mm-hmm.
So the town of Farragut was involved in this. I mean, they were a part of the agreement. They were a part of the compromise. So it seems to me that logic would dictate that if this was this agreement was good in 2008, it should be good now. And the verbiage for the site plan should reflect the same language in this letter.
Which is no amplified sound and no lights. That was the crux of the issues with the athletic fields.
Right. And I said, there's a lady a couple that live in Farragut Crossing that on a lot of game days and fun days, they have to leave their house because it's one of the ones that's right there. Because they can't, I mean, I live in the back of Bel Air and we can hear it. I mean, we even got new windows a couple of years ago and I can still hear the bass drums inside a lot of time. But you go outside and, things start up and my dogs start barking and I make them go in because I don't want to disturb my neighbors.
I understand all that. This, for us, is was this a legal agreement between your attorneys, the church's attorneys, and the town attorney? Is this a three-way agreement to get this site plan approved? Is that, and we don't have that answer. I'm not.
Well,
I agree with Louise. I mean, I don't know if, for lack of the correct legal term, I don't know if we were a party to this agreement or we were more of like a mediator in this agreement.
A little bit of both, actually.
And the problem is I think that we probably are going to have legal advice to really understand, because at the end of the day, we have to tread very lightly in telling a applicant, no, you can't do something when their plan is in compliance with all of our municipal code, even though there may be other issues. And again, and these other issues may spill over into this plan and give us authority to put more teeth, as what you're kind of requesting. And this was teeth back in the day.
Right.
To address some concerns that obviously were happening in the neighborhood. But we just have to be very careful that we don't overstep our bounds as planning commissioners.
The FMPC meeting is on YouTube. There is a link for it. And what is in this letter, the FBC Attorney John King stated at the FMPC meeting, and it was recorded. And there was also some language where the town asked for some clear time commitments and definitions. And he said they didn't want to do that, that quote unquote, you'll just have to trust us. And that was, site plan was approved as part of that also. So, it's more than a little confusing. I mean, I've been dealing with this since 2002, and I find it confusing. So for somebody coming into it on the backside, I can see where it's very confusing.
I do remember, I mean, I do go back long enough to remember there, as Alderman White said, there is a lot of history here. And quite frankly, there's a fair amount of animosity that I've always felt I've never really quite understood as somebody that doesn't live in the immediate area. Obviously, the sound issue is not just Jeannie who has an issue with the sound. We've heard from multiple applicants here, so I don't think it's just an isolated thing where somebody has a beef with the church. I don't think that. Obviously, there is some issue with that has to be resolved. That we may not have the ability to resolve that. Now, the Board of Mayor and Alderman at a later date could codify a new ordinance that might address some concerns, just like we did for the lighting ordinance. Right. And that maybe, but we just have to be careful tonight that whatever action that we're going to take on this particular item is well within our boundaries of authority.
Mark, I think
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think we need to get legal interpretation of all of this from our town attorney.
Yeah, I did talk with Tom about some of these things, and the hope is that we could work with the church and the applicant and the residents to, come up with some agreements, on these matters, like the access on Kingston Pike, because it is an unsafe access for the church.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable approving this site plan until we've had that conversation.
We talking about the access Or are we
Oh,
talking about the
that's
sound?
one
or-
Access,
the noise,
understanding this agreement, were we a party of it? Was that agreement what allowed for the site plan to be approved? I'm struggling with all of that.
Obviously, I'm struggling if there actually is a written agreement in place that made some promises that haven't been kept. That gives me heartburn. I'm hoping that maybe one of the church representatives could address some of these, because as you can see, we're all really struggling with this, and we hadn't even got halfway through our agenda tonight.
Yeah.
So,
Unfortunately, we've actually, this is passed over the past year, we actually had many church administration deny the existence of that letter, which confirmed.
All right, Jeannie, we
So,
really
you
need to
know,
move this along.
Oh, yeah, that's no
I was
question.
just going to ask if we could possibly be involved with any meetings with the attorney, since we have background on the meetings themselves and
We will
and you
ask for a
guys or whatever.
representative from you all, and we have somebody
Okay,
behind you.
Thank you.
Caleb Reed, MGA, 700 Montgomery Highway, Birmingham, Alabama, Suite 100.
Your name again?
Caleb Reed. I'm a representative for the church, the general contractor for the project. I just have a question, I guess with the letter, that whether it holds merit or not. The question is, the letter was an agreement for sound and lights. And I think we've conceded both of those on our application.
Well, sir, I think evidently it's not clarified as far as the sound portion of it. Maybe there needs to be some more discussion in that area, and maybe we do need to have some lawyers involved with this, because it's getting to the point to where we've got too much disagreement to agree. What Mr. White brought up is something that has been an item that it's been kicked. It's a can that's been kicked down the road numerous times as far as working that particular intersection. Now, that was supposed to.
The intersection is recorded on the survey to be addressed when the A-frame buildings are either renovated or demolished, and neither one of those are part of this scope. This scope, everything in it is by right.
I know, but there's, like I said, this is morphing into something more than what we really meant for it to be. So.
And that is part of this letter.
Is what?
Bel Air Drive.
And it's on the survey for the
Well,
property.
you said that lights and sound were part of that agreement and that that's on your plan, but Bel Air Drive is also part of the letter, and that's not on your plan.
No, that's on the recorded survey for the property from 2009, so it has been addressed. It's a recorded document that states, whenever we renovate or demolish the A-frame buildings, we will relocate the entry from Bel Air Drive.
I'm not
Actually,
comfortable.
I have a copy of it right here.
Motion, Louise?
I move to postpone, is it postpone? Am I looking to postpone or
That's Mark's.
table?
You could postpone, table, approve, or deny.
I'm going to move to table until we have advice from our attorney.
Do I have a second?
Second that.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Pass it on down to anybody else.
Does anybody else want to see this?
9, discussion and public hearing on a site plan for J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, 11242 Kingston Pike, 1.32 acres, zone PCD. Nicholas Bender, J.
Pass this down to Mark.
Mark,
Yeah, I guess it's.
J.P. Morgan Chase applicant.
Yeah, the time frame that you talked about earlier is talking about plats on the 30-day, or that Noah mentioned.
Not a site plan doesn't trigger on through TCA.
No, I don't think so. I think that's mainly just in the plat.
Just in the plat stage, okay.
Section.
Well, no, that gives
clear on that.
Yeah, that gives us more comfort that
Yeah.
we're well within our rights. He said 30 days on a plat.
Yeah, there's a time frame. That's why we have on plats, see people sign a waiver, like they did on Bridgemore's. They signed a waiver on that, because if they hadn't, I would have said y'all need to recommend denial on
We were
that.
ready.
Yeah.
Okay, will you put that in your list of questions for Tom Hale on this previous item, and make sure there's not any language somewhere that we could be in violation of? Well, I'm talking about the time limit. Make sure there's not an issue with TCA in the, in site plans. Thank you.
Hey, sorry, go ahead.
Sure. I'm Anthony Oliver with BDG Architects, 2100 First Avenue North, Suite 100, Birmingham, Alabama. Our firm is the architectural firm representing Chase Bank.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can just give you a little background on this real quick. This is at the intersection of Brookline, the east intersection of Brookline Street and Kingston Pike. It's been a Mexican restaurant, a Burger King, several things in the past. They're proposing to demo the site and the building and construct a Chase Bank in that location. When this was looked at the staff developer meeting, one of the comments that was discussed was something that staff brought up. It's this, a bank, this property is not part of the town center at Biddle Farms planned commercial development. It's a separate lot, but it is real close, just to the west of buildings that will be part of that commercial aspect of that project. So a suggestion or recommendation from the town staff was that they need to focus on that transitional space between the two and have some kind of pedestrian or active space there. I know it's a little unusual for a bank, but you have to consider the context of where the bank's situated. This is a very visible intersection that kind of leads you into the town center from if you're going eastbound. So we felt like that was very important, and what they've proposed is to have some kind of a outdoor seating area in this location. They have a sidewalk connection down to Kingston Pike and also over to Brookline. They have a vehicular connection into the town center project here, and then also back here that you can get through that way. But you can see that westernmost building on the town center is really close to the bank. So it's very important what happens in between these two buildings, even though they're very different in function. The form also needs to be kind of blend in and transition well. So we talked about the height of the building, and they have gone back to increase the height by 4 feet, and it kind of is in a range of 24 to 30 feet in height, which is compatible with most of the buildings in the town center at Biddle Farms. Those are 24 to 32 feet in height. So the height, we'll look at the elevations in a minute, but they have definitely improved that. Another thing that was talked about is the parking. They are over-parked by about 19 spaces, but they are providing for permeable pavers as required in our zoning ordinance, basically in this middle section. And frankly, the parking is probably going to be needed as shared parking with development to the east. If you have a number of restaurants there, that is something that we think is very important for the bank and the developer to work out some shared parking agreements, because those will be kind of offsetting times typically. Having a bank like this is a good complement to a town center. You do really need a mix of residential, office, and commercial for a viable town center, because the people that work here or the people that come into the bank also can just go over and eat at the restaurants or shop at the shops in the town center area. So it's a good use in that regard. So that was some of the things that we talked about at the staff developer meeting. This is the lighting. They're matching the lighting that is in the rest of the town center, again, to transition into that space. This is a little bit odd how the colors turned out here, because it's really not representative of.
Not very attractive.
They're not really like
Purple, I
that.
don't think it's in our palette.
The fuchsia
doesn't-
that really throwing me.
Yeah, it's not a purple building. It is mostly brick. It does have a lot of transparency. You can see those different elevations, and it's really a building that probably you could envision in the town center development itself, because it does have, again, a lot of ground floor transparency. It's got the height that gives it the appearance of a two-story building. The iconic elements I think that they're proposing are the towers. One of the comments, and I talked with the architect about this earlier today, was this north elevation from Kingston Pike here, if there was a way to maybe match this tower element so that you see on the north elevation something similar to what you would see on the south. This is the entrance into the bank, but it's really not the most visible building elevation. Probably the most visible ones are the west, which that seems to be fine. But that was the question, or, you know, it's really kind of up to the planning commission. They have increased the height of the building for it to transition better to the development to the east. But that was something that we pointed out there. If there's a way to maybe address that, it may be something that would enhance that elevation. That was really about it. We didn't have that many comments remaining on that particular item. There were, I think we had 11. Most of those are just clarifications, really nothing major.
We ran out of copies, that's just passing that one.
But again, I think the
Stopped at me.
towers associated with this building would definitely be one of the iconic elements that are referenced in our architectural design standards. So, you know, it's a good-looking building. It doesn't really show that way on this image, but it does look good.
I've included brick samples that really
you
gives
pass
a
those
great
around?
representation. And
Yeah.
actually,
That's good.
the bricks that you see are already previously approved on the town center. We're utilizing the same brick elements and color manufacture for this particular bank.
Good, good.
I think it's important to keep with the theme of the area.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, we really think that if it's on the east side of Brookline, it needs to be looked at as
Compatible.
It'll have the effect of people will think it's part of the town center.
And the other thing is the iconic element that it's got there as far as the entrance. I think that's kind of what you want with a bank. If you try to make every one of those structures, you know, some kind of iconic element, I think you lose the actual presence of that being the entrance to the bank as far as somebody that's not aware.
We've really articulated the building with, you know, agreeing to raise this building up to blend more with the town center, and by articulating the design of the corners, you know, I really feel like we've achieved that, iconic element with the corners treatment.
Does anybody on the planning commission have any questions of the applicant?
The
Or Mark?
parapets, because it has a higher parapet, that will screen the HVAC units, so you don't really see those, but they will be roof mounted.
That's great.
I, for one, am delighted to see an application look like this. I know you guys put a lot of work into it, but there's an awfully ugly old Burger King that's sitting there right now, and it will not hurt my feelings when it's gone.
We're waiting to tear it down.
You ought to save those rose bushes. Those are really special.
11 comments here. Do you have any problem with those 11 comments?
Just that I would like an agreement that we have met the iconic element requirement. That
Yeah,
was
number 11.
Number 11?
I think you have, but that's just me.
Yeah.
I think this looks lovely.
So
I agree.
when and if we approve this, we may want to strike number 11, and that might give the applicant some more comfort that this subject to is not just still hanging out there.
Yeah, we can do that. Yep.
Motion?
To approve, subject to items 1 through 10.
I second it.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your effort.
We were planning on that, bud.
Item number 10 Discussion and public hearing on the site plan for parking lot modification, display storage area associated with current water sports and a portion of the old Outlet Mall building. Excuse me, at 11221 Outlet Drive, Zone C-2-RW, Savannah Getro, R2R Studio LLC applicant. Did I say that right?
Yeah, I'm not Savannah, but my name is Stephanie Genua, R2R Studio, 2575 Willow Point Way, Suite 105.
Thank you.
So here's some photographs of the portion of the building. They're looking at the south, the southeast corner is where this current water sports business vision. That's some photographs of the area. So you can see here, this is the area that they're talking about. Highlight this. It's basically here, that part of the building. Of course, Sitel's on most of the west part, and there's a furniture business that's envisioned just to the north of this space. So hopefully we can get the entire Outlet Mall building occupied. That would be a good thing. So as part of this boat storage and business, they are proposing to, as far as site elements, there's quite a bit of building code stuff that they're going to have to work with us through, but they're basically redoing the eastern row of parking and converting it to boat display storage area. The storage and display in this particular zoning district, it's not in the Outlet Drive overlay district. It's in the regular C2. So you don't have to screen it so that it's not visible from public streets. You just have to basically create a space and define that space and meet the setbacks for the building for where you're storing or displaying this kind of merchandise. So they do meet that criteria. The storage area does meet the side setback. They do have this area defined with a short 2.5-foot metal fence that basically goes around. There's a gate down here and up here, and then there's a fence. They work it around the trees. They're not taking out any trees with this project, but that's basically going to be the area. Then you'll have the customer parking is mostly going to be here, with the entrance here. Then they'll have a roll-up door here because they envision having both indoor and outdoor boat storage and display. So they'll have to be able to get the boats in the building. So that's kind of an overview of what they're looking at. They are proposing to paint their part of the Outlet Mall building to a black trim like that. And that was actually we talked about that a little bit at the staff developer meeting. If there's any thought about looking at the rest of the paint out there on this building, if they want to do any updates to that or match the black. I know there's obviously a cost to that, but it's just something that the staff wanted to mention to get the planning commission's thoughts on that.
Are they trying to delineate
yeah.
their portion from the rest of the building?
That's what they indicated at the staff developer meeting, and I understand that. I just don't know, and maybe it'll look fine because the rest of the building is kind of a faded red. It's kind of been there for a while. So I don't know. It's not really necessarily anything I think we could require. It's just something to bring up and see if there's any plans to address maybe some of the paint on the rest of the building at some
That would
point.
be more a question for Mr. Nixon.
Probably
than
so.
for-
Yeah.
Yeah, to see what there is as far as phasing.
Right.
I think the first phase that we had with this building, recent, was Sitel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
they
then
did
this is
some of
another
the-
phase, and looks
Yep.
like the furniture thing will be another phase, and
Mm-hmm.
so probably
There's
a
one-
phasing too.
I would note there's one subject too that's incorrect. It was actually accidentally copied from the previous item. That's number 1. So that was not a subject to, that's dealing with the notice of coverage, drainage fee, and letter of credit. That's not applicable to this agenda item number 10, just.
So we'll strike number
Just
one.
so you know, yeah.
But
So
the other ones.
The other comments were, are still apply. And the last one is not really a requirement, it's just more or less a question.
Well, and it's not for them to answer anyway, because it's not their, the rest of
Right.
the building isn't theirs to deal with. So really only 2 through 5 apply?
I'm okay with the black. If it was something really oddball that would stand out, that is not conforming with the rest of the building, that might give me some pause, but I'm okay with the black. All the red does need a fresh coat of paint on it. It would be nice if at some point that did get a fresh coat of paint where all the canopies and the detailed ironwork. But I don't think we can make that part of this tonight. Hopefully the landlord will work on that. And so I'm looking at you, Mr. Nixon.
So are others of us, so,
Do you guys have any problems with the subject twos?
No, ma'am. No, I think item number 4, in regards to the gate, obviously we'll work with the gate manufacturer on those access gates and making sure that they're compliant and working properly, so.
I know we've learned from some of our gate applications with Public Works that the longer the gate, the more weight at the end of it. So you almost have to have a support in the middle, or it starts causing pressure on the posts, and they end up, I don't know, it may not happen with this one. It's not a very big gate, but it is a very long gate.
Yeah, I think Mayo figured that out at one point, and changed theirs to what they got now.
Well, I got like the big accordion chain link gates.
And you guys are fine with ensuring that the fence does not affect the existing trees?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if that was a subject.
I think it's a great use for that building.
Yeah,
And
she's got notes
that little
on
side
that
parking lot, I
on
never
the
would have
plan.
envisioned that. But what's great is that they're not really having to do any grading, not changing impervious surface, and, you know, I think it makes sense. It's good use.
I would like to move to approve this application subject to the comments on 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
We look forward to that.
Yes.
Item number,
Let's do it.
okay, okay, we're gonna do another break. Sorry.
Okay.
Another break?
5-minute break? Yeah. Okay.
5 minutes.
Continue on with the planning commission meeting now. Item number 11.
Let's wait.
This one is for discussion purposes only tonight. Discussion on a concept plan, the planning commission's feedback on parking and vehicular connectivity associated with an envisioned Japanese restaurant at parcel 184.03, tax map 130, adjacent to Hampton Inn and Suite, 1.04 acres, zone C-2, Anna Catherine Cottrell, R2R Studio LLC applicant. And again, like I said, it's for discussion purposes only.
The applicant's really wanting some specific feedback on really 3 items that were included in this item. This is the location of the parcel. It's just to the north of the Hampton Inn. It's at the intersection of Campbell Lakes Drive and Lakes Edge Drive. There is a transmission line easement that runs through the part of the southern part of the property. That's through this area here. So it does kind of affect the constructability of a lot of this property, and you can't put a building within that area. You can put parking. And so what they've tried to do is get as much parking as they can on the property and situate the building to where it's in a place to where it allows for as much parking as possible based on the size of the building. As you may remember, a few years ago, we amended our setback requirements in front yards to where if you didn't have a parking lot or an access running in front of the building, that you could have a 20-foot setback. And so that provision has allowed this property to potentially be developable because it really is constrained. So the first thing they wanted to feedback on was parking. This is envisioned to be a 7,100 square foot hibachi style restaurant. Our parking requirements for restaurants are 1 parking space per 100 square feet, so they would be required 71 parking spaces based on the size of the proposed building. They're providing 62. The logic behind the parking space, well, frankly, they don't have enough land to get any more, but they're personally comfortable with this number of parking spaces because of the nature internally of a hibachi-style restaurant. It has less square footage per person because there's more space devoted to cooking and preparation of food. So you have like 15 square feet per person with your typical restaurant, and in hibachi style it's 22 to 24 square feet. So so that was one of the issues that wanted to bring up. And I think that makes a lot of sense for this restaurant at this time. The question would be if that were to change to some other, maybe more traditional restaurant, would it create issues with parking and people kind of informally parking in the grass on the other side of Lakes Edge Drive or on some of these other adjacent parking lots because you didn't really have enough parking for that type of use. Now, the Wasabi out at Level Road, I think they looked at that one. It's 7,600 square feet. They have 58 parking spaces on site and 8 that are shared parking. So it's also underparked. But we've had, parking issues come up, like out at Hobbs Road in Kingston Pike. That's one that we've dealt with a little bit. So again, that is a consideration to think about at this time. The second thing they wanted feedback on was dealing with connectivity. There's also a requirement now for pedestrian and vehicular connectivity, but it is context specific. And they're not proposing any vehicular connectivity on this property. They're just basically having a sidewalk that would tie in from Hampton Inn into the development, which is a good thing. And then they also have sidewalk connections down to these to these streets here. And so they're proposing to not have a vehicular connection. And when we talked about this at the staff developer meeting, we were okay with this because of the fact that Campbell Lakes Drive is a dead end. It doesn't have a lot of traffic. It's at an intersection. There's really not a lot gained by having vehicular connectivity.
There's a
This-
sidewalk right there that they're going to connect into that.
Yeah.
I think that's better.
So they
that
do
you
have
don't
the pedestrian connectivity figured out, but the vehicular, you're going to lose some parking spaces. It really doesn't accomplish much since you're at the intersection. So I think from a staff's perspective, we were fine with that. And the third thing was dealing with the access, and the access will have to be approved through the Planning Commission and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen because both of these streets are collector streets. But the question that came up with this is the offsetting access from the sleep-in access. So you've got sleep-in, and then their access has a little bit of an offset. But again, in talking with the town engineer, and we talked about this as well at the staff developer meeting, there's not really a concern here with that because of the amount of traffic on Campbell Lakes Drive. There's not much potential for conflict here. And really to move it to line up here, it actually gets it closer to the intersection, which is less desired. And because of the transmission line easement, you really will kind of have to reconfigure the whole layout. And we just didn't see that as being a big enough concern to justify that. So I think the staff was fine with the accesses that they're proposing, and they do have two, which is good. So that's really the discussion items that they wanted to get feedback on. I think on the parking, because that seems to be maybe the main one, if they could secure some kind of shared parking agreements with adjacent properties when the site plan actually comes before the Planning Commission, that would probably be helpful, because then we'd have a little bit more parking and less potential for issues in the future should this be converted to a more traditional type restaurant that would need more parking than a hibachi style potentially.
That some of their customers are going to be coming from
The hotels.
the hotel. Right.
Hopefully they'll just
They're
walk
walking
over, yeah.
From both hotels.
It's kind of.
Mark, can you highlight where the entrance is? Is the entrance on the north side of this building? I guess it's kind of northeast. I don't see a compass on here, but
It'd be on the west
It's actually
or the east entrance.
that's what I'm asking you to highlight. Will you just highlight the entrance for us?
Drive.
There's dual entrances?
well, there's the main access is there because you see the handicapped spaces, so they're the closest to that access. That's what they're showing.
So it's
Which is
facing lakeside.
that's a little different than my concept plan that I've got in the package, but this, I think you must have the updated.
Yeah, you do. I don't.
Yeah,
have
because
that
mine's
one.
different than that in my package. It's not materially different, I mean, but the handicapped
So the
spots.
handicaps are, closer to Lakes Edge
look.
Drive,
Yeah,
because
here.
that's the
Yeah,
entrance.
we got the old version.
This shows it up a little better.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I love the pedestrian connection. I do get concerned that it actually encourages, when that parking lot's full, it encourages people to go park in the hotel parking lot and walk over. And I don't want to inadvertently create a problem for the hotel. Obviously, if you guys could come up with an agreement with the hotel that is a win-win, hopefully it creates customers for the hotel and gives their hotel customers a place to go eat. What we don't want to have happen is we create a problem and then we're getting a call from the hotel saying, hey, you guys approved an underparked restaurant and they're cannibalizing our parking lot. So I think we're going to have to, I think if you could come up with an agreement, I could get comfortable with that. I will tell you the Japanese place on Lovell Road, I've gone blank. What's their name again? Wasabi. I mean, they do. I have been over there, and there is not a parking spot. So now, granted, they're slightly larger than you, and they have a couple of fewer parking spots over there. But during their peak times, they they are out of parking. Now, I don't know if that means that, everybody says, hey, let's meet at Wasabi at a certain time, and they, so you got, 8 cars for 8 people around an hibachi table, but it is a problem for them. There's no doubt about it.
Well, another one you could explore is a shared parking with, and I'm just throwing it out as an idea, is the shopping center and the Turkey Creek Shopping Center. That, I guess that's employee parking back there.
Well, it's first come, first served, but I think employees mainly use it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's close enough that you could potentially fit a sidewalk in there. I don't know.
Well, there is a sidewalk along Lake's Edge.
That's something to consider there.
Yeah, and I think I can speak to that point. And I'm Anna Catherine Kittrell. I'm with Art to Our Studio. It's 2575 Willow Point Way. And so we have had conversations with the Hampton Inn general manager, who may be here, I'm not sure, but and they do support this restaurant and the pedestrian connection, and they do foresee their customers using that pedestrian connection. And I think there is opportunity to do off-site parking with. We've talked with the landowners of the AT&T, which is that retail center you mentioned. Obviously, with that, there are cost implications to having that shared parking. So I think the owner would, if possible, like to avoid having to pay for that off-site shared parking. So I think that is kind of the reason for this discussion, to see if that is an option to keep it with the on-site parking as we've shown, to kind of see what the options are there. So.
I have to be honest, I'm not all that concerned about it, because I think if it's a restaurant, it'll probably say a restaurant. And most of the people, a lot of people you're going to be shared parking anyway, because it's people staying in the hotel are just going to be walking over, because it's so very conveniently located.
Some percentage.
With 3 hotels.
Pull your microphone over to a little bit. It's hard to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is this site served by regional detention? Is it part of the Turkey Creek Regional Detention System?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I mean, like I said, they may be getting real close to some impervious surface coverage maximums. I mean, they got a lot going on a small lot, and that you guys just need to be aware of that as you're doing your design. And you may have already checked that box. You may say, we're under the maximum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe it's a 70%, and we're around 65%. So it's getting close. But
okay.
But we have looked at that.
Okay. Great.
They would be exempt from detention, but they would still need to incorporate some LID. Is that right?
Yeah, I think they do. I think they had that, but I'm not sure.
I'm getting way ahead of myself being concept plan. What I'm trying to do is make their consultant aware of it, so that there's no surprises as they're kind of working through some of these things. Mm-hmm. So again, this is not something we would normally micromanage at the concept plan stage, but the applicant, you guys need to be aware of it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they would have to do that, but it could be something.
Well, yeah, there's multiple options there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you can get is it a Hampton Inn? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think if you can get the Hampton Inn on board with a written agreement, that hopefully, like I said, is good for both parties. It would give me personally a lot more comfort, because it is problems. We've had issues with BKW. We've had issues with the pizza place right there at Campbell Station and Kingston Pike. I'm sorry, Campbell Station and Grigsby Chapel. I'm gone blank.
Mellow Mushroom.
Mellow Mushroom. Obviously the other hibachi is not in the town of Farragut, so that's not part of our jurisdiction. But I mean, and we're trying to keep you from having, and your client from having a real problem, and your neighbors.
Mark, is this a variance that we would be approving?
No, we set the language up when we updated the parking and loading, that you all can allow less parking if you feel like that they have enough based on the predominant use throughout the year.
I don't have an issue. I think if you've got an agreement, we're good.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't cover all. Was there any other items?
We had the connectivity and we had the access.
I'm fine with the connectivity.
Out the connectivity. If you're going to pedestrians there, the last thing you need to is keep mixing cars, and especially when you're staying in a hotel, that just makes it safer.
You want to encourage
we were
that
fine
percentage
with
of foot traffic so you don't have a
Yeah.
parking issue, figuring it into the overall equation.
There you go.
What was the third item?
The access, there's an offset on the access
that's-
along.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Kimberly
fine with
Street.
that. There's not, even with the build out and the hotels and everything, there's still not that much traffic back there.
No. That's good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 12, discussion on, and again, this is for discussion purposes only, discussion on a zoning map amendment request for a portion of parcel 069, tax map 142, north of Ingalls from Office O-1, single-family residential R2, and rural single-family residential R-1 to community service S1. 10 acres, John Conver, Farragut AL Investors LLC.
All right, just a little background on this. These next two items are related. I do have some people that have signed up to speak after the applicant has their presentation. This is a request to amend both the zoning map and the future land use map for a portion of parcel 69, tax map 142. It's a 41-acre tract, and they're looking at the southwest, roughly 10 acres to rezone.
Same thing.
And it's area right behind the Ingalls and just to the kind of southeast of the Village Commons development. Back in 2016, we worked with a couple of assisted living owners to upgrade really our provisions dealing with elderly care. We added some definitions. We also redid the S1 zoning district to make it really a civic institutional type zoning district, community service, and we provided for certain elderly care uses to be allowed in that zoning district. One of them that we created was a senior living community, and we defined what that is in our zoning ordinance, and developed specific requirements related to senior living communities in Chapter 4 of our zoning ordinance. So the applicant is wishing to develop a senior living community on this part of that parcel. It is envisioned to be a roughly 66,000 square foot building footprint. 200 rooms. They would be divided into 100 independent living, 60 assisted living, and 40 memory care units. Three-story. The Village Commons is three-story as well, but it is a smaller footprint building. It's roughly 44,000 square feet. There isn't a density provision in the S1 zoning district because really it's not a residential zoning district based on density. It's really based on what the state of Tennessee will permit as part of a certificate of need for the elderly care for that particular facility and location. So when we met at the staff developer meeting, we talked a little bit about this item as well. And we, of course, noted that this general area has recently been part of a community visioning undertaking for really over a year. We had 3 pretty heavily attended workshops, and we got a lot of feedback from the community. And based on that predominant feedback, we recently made some amendments to our future land use map to address that. There were a couple of areas that were proposed to not change at that time, to be temporarily what they still are as far as the future land use, and that's the property between Baldwin Park and Waverly Court here, and then part of this property here, which are currently medium density residential as far as the future land use map, which is actually the next item. This property is mostly currently zoned R1. There is a section up here that's zoned R2, and part of what they're looking at would rezone part of the R2 to the S1, but mostly it'll be R1 to S1. The buffer zone to the south, they're not proposing to change that. It will be part of their property, and it can be part of their 10 acres, which 10 acres is a minimum required for a senior living community. That's why they have to have at least 10 acres. So they're not proposing to do anything with that area or change it. So really what was specified originally as part of the predominant feedback we received for those two locations I just mentioned was very low density residential, which is 2 to 4 dwelling units per acre. There was some discussion at the Planning Commission meeting about whether that gave enough ability to transition internally in those areas as described in our comprehensive land use plan. So that was kind of the reason why those two areas were not changed a couple of months ago when this was presented to the Planning Commission. A couple of things related to what they're proposing at this time. This kind of shows the zoning that they're requesting. And you can see over here's the Village Commons. Access would be coming up through Village Commons Boulevard over to this part of the property. Building scale is certainly a question, and really whether the zoning district is an area, a district that the community is okay with for this particular part of that larger study area. 'Cause this was not a use that was indicated by the community as what they wanted to see in this particular area. Again, it was very low density residential. So I think that needs to be discussed and explored in more depth as part of this workshop discussion. The rezoning it to S1 does give you more assurance that this is not going to evolve into a multifamily residential development, because that would be a completely different zoning district, and they also have to set this building up internally to meet all state license requirements for a senior living community. So there's more protection with this particular zoning district than maybe somebody coming in with an R6 that maybe says that they're going to have it targeting toward a elderly clientele. It's a different zoning district in this case. But nonetheless, because we'd had that recent pretty long-term community engagement, when staff met with the applicant a few months ago, we said you really need to reach out to these neighborhoods, because this is not really what they told us they wanted to see in this area, and you're going to have to sell it to them and convey what you're wanting to do and see how they react to that. So they did have a community workshop on November 9th with invited representatives from Baldwin Park, Waverly Court, Country Way, Fox Den, and Village Green. And so I'm sure they can speak to that, and we do have some people that have signed up to speak on that matter as well. Again, like any rezoning request that comes before the town, I don't really like getting hung up on a specific concept or building and things like that necessarily. The question to me is whether the S1 zoning district for this roughly 10-acre area is an appropriate zoning district for its context. Is it consistent with what the community wants to see in that area, and those kinds of things. So when this ultimately comes before you for a recommendation, you just think about the district itself, what's allowed in the district, is that appropriate for this particular location. So with that, I do have some slides that the applicant had provided to us that I think they want to go through in this PowerPoint. So if you want me to start that, I can do that.
Yes, sir.
Just go. Just tell me when you want me to go to the different slides.
I mean, you can go to the next slide, please.
Can you give us your name and address and?
Absolutely. My name is Joe Conver. I work for Smith Packet. We are a developer. We'll go through the slide presentations, and we're potentially going to build a senior living community in the S1 area.
And a business address.
The business address is it 4423 Pheasant Ridge, Roanoke, Virginia.
Thank you.
So what we have here, and you have the slide presentation in front of you as well. But we have the architect, which is Galen, the principal, Reagan Smith. We have Colin from Harmony Senior Services. We have Michelle, the landowners here to represent us as well, Michael and John, and then the senior vice president, Wynn Bishop, and myself, Joe Conver, is here. So we're all here in support of this project. On the next slide. So we have 18 slides to get through. It's about 10:30, so we're going to try to get through them as quickly as possible. Colin, our civil engineer, is going to talk a little bit, and then our architect is going to talk a little bit as well. But we have our objectives are we're going to talk about who Smith Packet is, who Harmony Senior Services are, a little bit about the market, a little bit about the location, and some of the development summary. Next slide, please. So Smith Packet is family owned. We have two separate locations, one in Roanoke, Virginia, and then one in Charleston, South Carolina. They've been doing this for about 40 years, since 1982. They started out in nursing component, and then they went into the senior living component. So very prominent in the senior living space. We have over 150 senior living and long-term care over the last 40 years. Right now, we are currently have 14 communities under development and then 15 communities under construction, and $1.1 billion in total cost. So we know what we're doing, and we've been doing it for some time. What the concept that what we like to do is called a continuum of care, which we have independent living, assisted living, and memory care. And so the independent living is very transitional when we talk about transitions, where they want to live well and stay well their entire lives, and they want to be in a location. And just if something happens, we have the ability to transition them into either assisted living or, God forbid, memory care. Roughly, our communities are roughly 200 rooms, 3 stories, and about 65,000 square foot. On a transition from that is the 4 stories, a little bit of smaller footprint of about 50,000. But to make the accommodations for Farragut, we're absolutely have done 3 stories, and we'll do 3 stories now. We do have 45 communities. We operate eastern of the Mississippi in the eastern half of the United States, and we do have a nursing care component part of that. Roughly 100 jobs will be provided in 3 shifts. Talking about those 3 shifts, typically the town of Farragut goes to work around 8 o'clock, either at work at 8 or at work at 9. Just understanding when we're talking about the traffic patterns of our workers, they do off shifts, so it's that 7 to 3. So they're clocked in by 6:45, 7 o'clock off the roads before all the normal kind of commuters come and go in traffic. So it's a 7 to 3, 3 to 11, 3 to 11, and then 11 to 7. Each project is about a $50 million investment, and we take very much pride in our buildings and all of the capital improvements that go along with it. So it's not a building that we operate and then watch it dilapidate in front of our eyes. We want to keep it up with everything from internally, externally, and all the surrounding landscapes and everything that goes along with it. Our senior livings, it's not a burden on the school system, which is very important. Some of our seniors, most of them don't drive. Of the 100 independent living that will be there, probably less than 10% on average of the 45 communities that we operate now. Less than 10% of the independent living drive. Less than 1% of assisted living, if 0 to 1%, and clearly memory care of the 40, none of them drive because they're in a secure neighborhood. So it's not a burden on the traffic patterns. We do promote the scheduled transportation, so they do kind of come and go, and we do some shopping in the areas. They go to the different locations, doctor's offices, and things like that. So what we operate, So you can see on your slides, there's a lot of number of different amenity spaces. The reason why is because when the residents there, they want to be proud of where they live, right? That's why we have a bistro. That's why we have a pub. That's why we have a movie theater. Is because if your mom, your father, your grandparents, they live there, they want to be excited. They want to have visitors. They want to have their grandparents, their grandchildren coming in and being proud of where grandma lives or grandpa lives. And so that's why we take a lot of pride in all the different amenities that we offer. Each community is different, and you can see the list of the ones that are local. In Nashville, we have Brentwood, Bellevue, Mount Juliet, Murfreesboro, and then in Nashville, North Carolina. So we definitely welcome you to come and tour any of the communities at any time, and you'll be very impressed. Kind of the summary of all of it is we are a significant employer. They are a very low traffic generator. There's no burden on the school systems, and they all private pay. And so with private pay, we want to reinvest into our communities at all times. So the market summary, so there is a need. So we've recognized that there is a need for Farragut because the town has an aging population that have lived well and saved well their entire lives, and they want to stay here. And they need a place to stay because if they can't maintain their house, or if their spouse passes away and they want to still live by their kids or their grandkids, these wonderful communities will be able to allow them to continue to live rather than continue to die. And that's important to them, right? And so we understand that the Farragut needs this, and we are willing to provide that. There is an aging population that need to be met, so when we're talking about the competitions of our neighbor, the villages of Farragut, there is a lot of synergies that go along with it. And our civil engineer is going to talk about the S1 that's right next to us. And part of our workshops, when you're talking about this great, fantastic plan that you put in place, there's not any other S1 out there. And so, if there is an S1 and if there is an extension of an S1, why not put it next to an S1 that's already there? And so we've worked with communities that have other senior living communities, and there's a lot of synergies that go along with it. If we're doing musical bands or intergenerational things, or there's activities, or there's exercise classes, we will be able to kind of work with them together. And so when you're talking about that is the idea that if you're looking and you're shopping for a senior living community, instead of going across town to one, then going across town to another one, why not just have them two side by side? And you're going to one and say, okay, Mom, do you like this one or you like this one? So there's a lot of synergies that go along with having an S1 and S1 right beside each other. The town of Farragut is favorable to senior living. The medical centers are here, the restaurant, the retail, and it's very close to I-40 for people to come and go from there. Next slide. We are purchasing this. We would be purchasing this land from Doug Horn and his wife. They own this property. Next slide, please. The development. So as Mark said, we did have a meeting on November 9th, and very, very well. There was a number of folks that came from the Baldwin Park area. We had our civil engineer there. We had our architect there. We had slides. We broken into a little bit of groups, and so we kind of understand. And there was some good understanding after they understood what we were providing for the township. They kind of understand what that is. We talked about the transition. We talked about the landscaping. We talked about the buffer zones, and a lot of them did understand what we were trying to provide. The positive impact interacts with positive interactions with the civil engineer, yes, and the architect and all the folks that were there. And then one of the folks that came in and said, you know what, if I love my home and I want to be there as long as I can, but if I had to move out of my home, this would be somewhere that I would like to live. And that came out of one of the folks that were there at the Baldwin Park meeting that we had. We are rezoning from its R1, R2, and O1 into that S1. and we are recommending a 3 stories, about 60 to 65,000 square foot footprint. The continuum of care that we talked about, 200 rooms, about 100 IL, 60 AL, and 40 memory care. Like Mark was talking about, we are licensed by the state, so there's state regulations that we will have to follow at all times, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We talked about all the communities, or all the public spaces, and it really is for our residents to be proud of where they live. We've talked about the elevations, the proposed rezoning, the site plan, and the height restrictions, very low impact, and the setbacks based on what the municipality was talking about. The development summary, going R1, R2 zoning. It is a great transitional buffer from the neighbors to the north of Baldwin Park. We talked about, Mark talked about the B1 that's still staying in place, and the accommodations that we had based on the workshop, going from 4 stories to 3 stories, turning the building kind of sideways to make more of a buffer to Baldwin Park, talking about the nodes from the 2 S1 side by side, and then transitioning from that commercial to the south, which is the Ingalls, up to the north, makes it very good. So now what Colin is going to kind of talk about civil engineering, about the S1.
Hey, good evening, guys. My name is Colin Johnson. I'm a civil engineer and land planner with Reagan Smith Associates out of Chattanooga, 1410 Cowart Street, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Thank you guys so much for giving us a little bit of time to come up and talk about our proposed project here in the town. Mainly what I'm going to talk about is just how, what we're going after here is an S1 zone. I think in having an S1 zone, that particularly includes the senior living community. I think it's the town's acknowledgement that senior living communities serve a civic purpose, right? This is not something that communities can choose to have. It's something that in this day and age communities need to have, right? Providing a place for your seniors to transition from their homes into independent living and then assisted living is a need. It's very documented how the population's aging, and a town like Farragut really needs something like that. So going after an S1 zone and what we're choosing to pursue here, we just think it's very contextual. As a planner, I always like to talk about 2 big C's. Contextuality is the first one, and when you look at it and the compatibility of adjacent land uses, what you see is Kingston Pike is a very commercial corridor, right? I mean, you guys all know it. You drive it up and down. And then where we're looking to place this facility is nestled in right behind an Ingalls grocery store. The Ingalls grocery store is obviously a pretty big commercial core. We like to put like land uses next to each other. So having an adjacent S1, it creates a whole lot of compatibility for us to put in another S1 right beside of it. So again, as a planner, we look for that compatibility of land uses. A lot of times a 1 to 2 acre, very low density residential land use doesn't want to be right behind the Ingalls grocery store off of a 4-lane divided access corridor going to another S1 land use, right? If you have an S1 land use on one side of Village Commons Boulevard or Parkway, it kind of makes sense to put it right on the other side and match that land use. And if you go forward 2 slides, you'll sort of see that the zoning exhibit we put together. You'll notice that what we did leave on the backside of our desired S1 is approximately 400 or 500 foot wide strip of land. That was done with some intentionality because what that's going to leave behind is an R1 zone that allows for a lot conforming single family residential or any other future land use that the landowner holds. But what we've left there is enough land between what our proposed S1 land use is and the adjacent Baldwin Park subdivision for there to be an appropriate residential buffer. And so again, in planning context, you go from Kingston Pike, which is a heavily commercial corridor, Ingalls grocery store, we have that buffer strip 100 feet behind the Ingalls. Then you have more of a transitional use, an S1 civic purpose use. It's going to be a very nice site too, but we're not going to get into the site plan. What that does then is that kind of breaks down from the commercial to the S1 land use, and then shows a lot of transition into the desired R1 that a lot of the residents are here to speak about. So I just think, again, from a civil engineering and land planning perspective, I really think if you're looking at the landscape of the town, and if we all acknowledge that senior living communities is something that a community is going to need, where does it want to be? Where are those 10-acre tracts, right? You guys have a minimum acreage requirement for 10 acres for a senior living community. So, where are those 10-acre tracts here in town that are going to serve the population, that meet the compatibility and contextuality of where we want to put these kind of things? And I just, again, you take a look at it and you just think, man, this is really where something like that wants to go. And then one of the other things I want to talk about is just elaborate a little bit on what we saw at the public meeting. We actually had 4 one-hour open sessions throughout the day on November 9th. And, we're really surprised that there wasn't as much community involvement as we thought there would be. Obviously, the last session of the day is with the Baldwin Park folks, and certainly they came out and voiced their opinions. But one of the things we did see was we saw a lot more folks in support of this type of development than you would have expected. There's a lot of folks coming in saying, I really hate multifamily. We hate apartments. We don't need more apartments in Farragut. But this right here, if you're going to do something that's bigger in scale, if you're going to do something that's on a larger size footprint, this is the kind of thing we want. So we did certainly get some negative input, and certainly you'll hear some of that tonight. But we also had a lot of support and saw some folks that really seemed like they saw the value in what we're doing. So with that, like I said, I just want to highlight the merits of why we chose to put this here, why it makes sense, both the contextuality of it and the compatibility of it with adjacent land uses. And I know you guys have a tough decision ahead of you at some point, deciding how to provide for your community, and we're just glad to have the time to come and talk to you about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Galen Lang, 1300 West Randall Mill Road in Arlington, Texas. It's been my pleasure for many years to be the architect for Smith Packet. We've done a number of projects throughout the East, but several here in Tennessee. And hopefully there's one close by in Asheville, North Carolina, but also some in Brentwood, for instance, that are close enough if you have an opportunity to visit one in person. But I'd like to talk a little bit about what this building is specifically. First of all, all the jobs I've done with Smith Packet, the communities have all been different. They've all been unique. Stylistically, on the exterior, they're unique to their area that they're built in. We've never done two the same, and this would be the case. I've looked at the beautiful town of Farragut, and I've looked at the area there, and we've have a 3-story design that's there in front. I'd like to talk a little bit about what the building is inside, though. One of the reasons why the scale of the building is the way that it is because with the larger scale, we're able to provide more and greater amenities and variety of spaces in the building for the residents. So for instance, we have 3 dining venues. You could have breakfast in the bistro, lunch in the pub, and we have 2 formal dining rooms, assisted and independent living. We also have a private dining room in this building as planned. We have 2 libraries, independent and assisted living, with internet connection, computer stations. We have a hair salon with a manicure station. We have a well-equipped fitness room and also a therapy center as well. We have multiple game rooms. We have game rooms, craft rooms, card rooms. Card players don't like to share with some other people. I understand that, so we have specific card rooms. We have a theater with a large screen in it where there's movies shown, there's television, there's news, all sorts of events happen in there. But it is a well-equipped theater space with surround sound, theater sound. We have a chapel, multi-purpose room for those that want to have services. Maybe they're not able to go out to their church, but they could have a service there in the community as well. We have 2 large living rooms, both with fireplaces. We're going to have 2 also large activity rooms, as well as the smaller rooms for those larger group areas. Finally, we have a billiards room, which is always very popular with many of the men. The memory care area, because it is a locked community there, has its own living room, dining room, activity space. We have 4 different activities of daily life stations there to keep the residents engaged and interested in things to do. They also have a private fenced garden area that for outdoor space as well as covered porches. The exterior spaces for the rest of the community, though, are numerous, though. We have covered porches, patios with umbrella tables. We have 2 grills for outdoor cooking, raised gardens for planting vegetables, a walking trail that you'll see on the last slide. Now, out of this building, the size of it, it's the residences themselves in the building are about 68%, but 32% of the entire space of the building are in the amenity areas. The idea is that you have a well-equipped residence where you live, and in those residences we have various different sizes from 1, 2, 3 bedroom, 2 bedroom with a study, 2 bath, and with some with large island kitchens. And in addition to that, we have a variety of, on the first floor, we have patios that are fenced, so if you have a pet, you can take your pet outside. We have sun porches in some of the rooms as well. We also have open balconies for some. So there's a variety fitting the needs of what people would like. Let's see, if you could go back some more. One more right there. Yes, I'd just like to start. The overall feel of this design is transitional. So it is really bridging the traditional design and a little bit more modern. Our interiors are very much up to date. Our units themselves are quite up to date with high-end finishes like granite countertops. We have built-in pantries and built-in linen closets. And in our independent living, for instance, we have washer dryers in every single one of them. So that's really a benefit to have there. Now, if you could go to the next plan, thank you. On the plan, just briefly, I'd like to talk about the positioning of it. You notice the buildings are staggered. As a collection of buildings, they're staggered so we don't have long hallways. Of course, we're focusing on shorter travel distances to the various amenities, especially dining and living and the major activity spaces in the building. But in staggering the buildings, it creates a smaller mass of the building. The shape of the building was determined too so that we could put you'll see the kitchen is in the very center of the front wing of the building, and there's a driveway coming in. All of our services, our food deliveries will happen in the courtyard space, so it won't be visible. There will be trucks coming with food service and moving trucks and other things, but they have that courtyard space to move into. We also have, you can see in here, a well-landscaped perimeter, and on the last slide you'll see the walking trail. That's one of the amenities that we have planned for this facility. On the next slide, this gives you some context to where we are to the neighbors to the north. So we have the, I think it's called, let's see, well, the neighborhood to the north there, the street, which I think is called Yes, but the street is Bernie? Bernie, yes. Bernie Road there. You can see that is noted on the far left there. So the topography of the site, if you've driven by on the entry road, you see it has a very large dome to it. It is crowns quite high. However, with our initial grading that we're planning, that dome will come off and create a flat surface. It will be much lower than what the neighborhood to our north is. So in there you can see that not only will it be about 450 feet away from the property line of the community to the north to the edge of our building, but will be about half the height of our 3-story building will be below the level of the street in that community. Also, there's a well-mature, dense tree line along that neighborhood to the north. We'll be planting additional trees on ours as well. So we do have a good distance away, and our size is diminished by also the distance. Next slide. Here you can see there's the diagram showing the walking trail. It's one of the amenities we have in all the communities that we have, as well as our outdoor garden spaces. In terms of site layout, we worked very hard to spread the parking across and not have a sea of parking. We've, in fact, on the north and the east side, we only have single-loaded parking only on one side of the fire lane. Our parking needs are not great because most of the residents don't drive. We put the bulk of our parking in the front where you do need it for guests and visitors, and on the south side by the in between us and the Ingalls Drive there. So we've worked hard to diminish that. We feel like we are appropriately spaced. We're quite excited about being next to the commons next door to us. Also, the Ingalls is a good adjacency for our residents to be so close and very safely on sidewalk to go down and shop there. So we feel like this is an ideal place for us. Smith Packet is a premier operator and owner of buildings like this. I've worked with them very long, and I know their heart is to provide the highest quality, highest lifestyle for their residents. And I'm just proud to be part of this project, and thank you for hearing.
So in summary, right, we're doing this for 4 reasons: for the successful aging, right, for great activity, great nutrition, great exercise, great companionship, and also to have purpose. So thank you very much for listening to our presentation, and I'd like to open it up for any discussions you might have.
Okay, does anybody on the planning commission have any questions for anyone that has presented?
I have one question about the cut and fill.
I'm sorry?
I have a question about the cut and fill. I'm walking that piece of property. You walk up from the drive, and there's quite a large flat area up there, but then there's a large, closed, basically big depression there. You planning to do all your cut and fill on property, or are you going to be hauling some of that off?
So a good civil engineer finds a way to balance the site, and that's certainly what we're going to work towards. We do not have detailed topography out there. We have not done a full detailed survey of the site, but based on the initial GIS contours, we think we can work down the top knoll and then kind of push it out down towards the side and then come down at a very gradual slope and pretty well balance the site and keep most of the soil on site. I mean, that's certainly going to be our objective. Talking to some of the current landowner, he feels pretty confident that rock will not be an issue. So that's usually the one thing as we get more towards Middle Tennessee and certainly down towards like Chattanooga area, rock becomes an issue. But in this area, we don't see that being the case. And so, so hopefully we'll be able to work that down, work the site down, bring it so the building elevation is roughly on grade with the curb elevation in front of it. So if you can see that, that's bringing it down a decent number of feet, and then push that dirt off to the north and to the east and kind of balance the site out that way. We don't anticipate having any retaining walls out there. There is enough room to work with where we can gradually slope it down from where we're at. And also, we really want to try to maintain as much of the native vegetation that's out there, the trees and those kind of things. We really want to maintain that. We have a really nice native buffer between us and the Ingalls. We want to keep that there where it's at. And going out to the I guess the plan right or to the east of the site, there is some pretty good native vegetation out there as well that we'd want to try to maintain. So a lot of the treescape we're showing in our plans is stuff we just plan to leave in place. So, but yeah, the idea is we're going to work really hard to balance the site and try to mitigate any cut fill costs.
So you envision the detention being on the east side?
Well, right now there's a large detention pond for the adjacent property down kind of right above where our driveway is.
Right in the curve.
And we have not run a full hydrology analysis on that pond. And so we're not entirely sure what it was originally designed for. We have heard people have said that they thought maybe it was designed to accommodate some of our stuff and maybe it wasn't. And so at the end of the day, we're going to put the stormwater where the topography wants it to go, to try to limit any negative impacts hydraulically to the site and ultimately send the stormwater where it was going at the exact same rate that it was going there before we built anything. If that puts the ponds at the back of the site, that might be where we put them. They may also want to go more to the north of the site. Again, we're a very early conceptual phase, really just more focused on land use and focused on the compatibility of adjacent land uses. So, very good question, so thank you.
Anyone else on the planning commission? Mark, do you have?
Speakers, okay. I have, first one is Roger Greco, and then John Holtzreger after him.
Roger has departed due to time.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, John Holtzreger, and after John, we have Don Mann. I think that's Don. Okay. Then I think David White's already left, too. He was the last one. So, yeah, he's gone.
Is there opportunity for citizen questions, or do we just go right into citizen comment?
Go ahead, do your
Yeah.
comments first,
Yes.
and leave your questions to the end. We'll try to answer them.
Okay. John Holstrager, 345 Bernie Circle. Email traffic to MPC recently has been about defining what the Harmony development is. Some say it's medical or healthcare center. Some have said it's S1 or senior living. Some say extreme density, multifamily, because simple math says this is about 16 to 19 dwelling units per acre, even though S1 doesn't really talk about density. So semantics make this kind of confusing. So instead, I think it's valuable to talk about what Harmony is not. Harmony is not low density. It's not single family. It's not detached housing. Those three attributes best describe what citizens formally communicated to the town in the workshops on this study area, and very low density residential is the current zoning. So I think the question before the House is, how do we reconcile the clear workshop input with the completely non-conforming Harmony project? I think it'll be hard to do because I don't see citizens suddenly flip-flopping on their views because Horn Properties now has a shiny new ball in Harmony that he wants to show us. So that chore belongs to FMPC. The balance of our objectives were sent in via email. Mark, how many emails did you get from citizens?
I'm not sure if I kept a count of it, probably 12 to 15 at
Okay,
least.
and we had about 18 here earlier, but it is getting late.
Yeah.
That were opposed to the project. So I have some examples of practices and processes related to this agenda item, and I think there are things that make citizens wonder, what is going on with this property? FMPC received that workshop input back in March. It's now December, it's not fully implemented, but that does make citizens wonder why the town is continuing to allow out-of-town developers to bring forward more conforming projects, more non-conforming projects. And I know there is a good reason personally, but I think those that don't understand that question, and it's kind of an optics problem for this commission. On December 7th, I sent an email to MPC noting the complete non-conformance of Harmony. So I was shocked to get a call from Horn Properties less than 36 hours after I sent that email complaining about the views I expressed, which I thought were private. So why is the town passing citizen input to a developer with a current project coming before you for discussion? Information that gives a developer an advantage. So you're not going to like this word, but you leak emails, which are a gold mine of information to a business. Example, Horn Properties used the leaked email to reposition the project to make it sound better. Yesterday's email to you, which I was copied on, cleverly changed the project positioning now to a healthcare facility. So this is why I said earlier, I think it's really important that we focus on what the facility is not. It's not compliant. Mark kindly explained to me that it's normal for us to pass that information along to developers, but when it's shared with developers and then it's not shared coming back towards citizens the other way, it makes citizens feel like somehow you're giving developers an unequal advantage. I've had members of town government angrily confront me one-on-one in person, complaining about views that I've expressed to MPC. Is this a subtle attempt to intimidate citizens for having different views? I'm not sure. If that was the intent, I'm not intimidated. I'm actually a little encouraged because if I have an official or a developer get in my face over my views, I think it illustrates that old saying where, hey, the closer you get to the target, the heavier the flak gets. We have, when we have former employees of developers or current developers on MPC or BOMA, citizens wonder where those allegiances really lie to. Are they to their businesses and their friends, or are they to citizens? Not illegal, but I think it's an optics problem. Lastly, I think developers have big optics problems with citizens in Farragut. A few years back, citizens relented, and we said, okay, to the villages. Why? Because we trusted Horn Properties to develop the remaining open land to the east compliant with existing R1 and R2 zoning. So we don't believe it when Smith Packet says or tries to make a promise that the balance of the parcel between us and the Harmony development is going to be, R1 or R2. Horn Properties, in my opinion, seems to be tone deaf to citizen input, as evidenced by their non-compliant proposal tonight and Mr. Horn's email to you yesterday, where workshop input was completely ignored. I presume so because it was more profitable to ignore it. Horn Properties lectures us about their community contributions and in the next breath threatens lawsuits, then demands your attention to their latest profit opportunity while citizens have to mobilize, engage, and come back to you repeatedly and repeat themselves like we're doing tonight. I think our current town process is broken because it allows one property owner to cause constant chaos for the town. So I would invite this commission to work with citizens to take action and put a stop to this insanity. I'm not worried about you making a wrong decision, and I'm concluding. I've worked with you enough to know you make good decisions. I also remain open to working with Horn Properties and other citizens to collaboratively come up with a design for this property that would be consistent with the current zoning.
Your time is up.
All right, thank you. I hope we can move forward and finish what we started in the workshop, and thanks for all your work.
And the only other speaker that's still here, I think, is Don Mann.
Well, good evening. It's getting a little late. My name is Don Mann. I live at 518 MacArthur Lane in Farragut, 37934. I'd like to just start off by saying I'm very proud to live in Farragut, and I'm very proud that we as a community have a visionary document like the Comprehensive Land Use Plan. I live in the Glen Abbey subdivision, and it seems like I've been spending my life lately looking over my shoulder at the next developer trying to change the rules of the game as it relates to the land use plan. One day it's a request for apartments on a narrow strip of land between two well-established neighborhoods. Another day, it's a grocery store 6 times the size of the zoned property. Today, it's a request to rezone to community services with the intent to build a 3-story apartment-looking complex surrounded by well-established residential neighborhoods. The proposed complex has a 50% larger footprint than a nearby S1 zoned facility. The Town of Farragut's Comprehensive Land Use Plan, CULP, is a planning tool that helps protect existing neighborhoods from incompatible new development. Specifically, it's a living document used by the Planning Commission with input from the community, and I'll repeat that, input from the community that offers a vision for future land development. It helps to ensure proper transition from established neighborhoods to new ones. Over the last couple years alone, Baldwin Park, Waverly Court, Glen Abbey, Park Place, and other subdivisions have all advocated against developers applying for variances to build either senior housing, apartment complexes, or large grocery stores that were not compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. The proposed Harmony at Farragut project that we are talking about today lacks proper transition to the neighboring subdivisions, looks like a high-density, multifamily residential, and does not fit in with the vision of the 2012 CULP. The CULP enables a process that helps drive long-term planning initiatives. The Planning Commission has the right to rule in favor of the established neighborhoods. I think you should stick to your guns and not be persuaded by developers who only have their own interest in mind. Finally, you have to consider surrounding neighborhoods and their property and the quality of their interest. Thank you for the time tonight.
Thank you. Okay, those were for discussion purposes only tonight. Moving on to...
Can I say just a little bit, because there's something that I need to clear the air on one thing. We delayed the comments or the changes to the land use plan directly south of Baldwin Park and west of Baldwin Park because we had gone through a workshop and nothing was said about it. And then when we were ready to vote on it, a lot of changes were being made that the residents had not had an opportunity to react to and defend or come. Those conversations should have been had at a workshop so that the residents could have heard and then come up and defended them. The fact of the matter is, at the adoption of the land use plan in 2012, Baldwin Park was designated inaccurately. It was not very low density. It is very low density. It's 2.34 units per acre. Had it been designated accurately on the map on the outset, you would not have medium density to the west of it or to the south of it because it wouldn't have worked for transitions. And that would have made a big difference for going forward for the plans that were received for the last several years. And so they've gotten a lot of high-density requests. And yes, technically, this is not high density, but if you go back to the picture of the building,
That,
that one, that's a multifamily, that looks like a multifamily building. We specifically did a corridor study. It took staff a long time to get that corridor study up and prepared because it was very complicated. And the residents came in and they gave us feedback. And when we needed more clarity in March, they came in and gave us more feedback. The residents were very clear on what they were asking for. This would be the first time we would walk away from the citizen input if we approve this. And I'm going to read from our land use plan, if I can find it. Here it is. Policy 2, the club should be updated as often as necessary to remain current. Even if no major changes occur, the plan should undergo a major review and update, if appropriate, at least once every 5 years. That's what we've been doing since 2017, updating corridors. Mark and staff works very hard on these corridor updates. We've managed to complete Watt Road, McPhee Road, the Outlet Drive, and the Kingston Pike sub-area. We've adopted the changes that the residents requested because a major update to the plan is one that substantially changes the land use goals or intent of the plan. Major updates should include substantial public outreach to help check that the plan reflects current attitudes. They came in November and they came in March and told us, these are our current attitudes. We'd like to see this designated very low-density residential in keeping with its current zoning and in keeping with what Baldwin Park is, which is low-density, single-family residential. I think this is a beautiful project. I think we can use in the town of Farragut all kinds of housing. As you all know, we've been hearing constantly about the housing crisis. We're not solving the housing crisis in Farragut. We need to stick to our guns of our land use plan and our public input process. It's worked for us since 1980. That's why we were founded. We were founded essentially to have this planning commission and have our own zoning and be responsive to our community and what the residents in this community envision for our community. So while I think that this is a beautiful product, I don't think it belongs here because the residents have stated emphatically that they want this area to be single-family, low-density residential. I just needed to make that clear, that I think we need to get back to amending this map and making this right for these residents. That's all I had to say.
Anybody else on the planning commission have any questions or comments?
I respectfully have to disagree a little bit with what you're saying, Louise, because the land use plan is not cast in concrete, and it's certainly the sector meetings you've been having are very, very valuable in providing citizen input to us and the plan. But again, if the plan is the Farragut plan, not just a sector plan, I look at a responsibility we have to the citizens of Farragut and the needs of Farragut, and looking at the fact that, the certain criteria we have for S1, I have to look at it and hold it up and look at it in a more holistic way than just something narrow with, that represents not the town of Farragut, but a segment of the town of Farragut. And so I'm not saying one way or another how I would vote, but I think we need to kind of not be so entrenched one way or the other, and think in terms of what we need to do with carrying out our responsibilities to all the citizens of Farragut, as well as the land use and the input. I do not want to say anything that negates the input from these sector meetings. They're extremely valuable because they get right to the crux of who's the most impacted. But by the same token, I don't want to look at it with blinders on relative to what's best for the bigger population in this town.
And I don't disagree with that. I will add this to that. If Baldwood Park had been designated accurately from the outset in 2012, we wouldn't even be having this discussion, because that would have changed all of this. We wouldn't have even had this discussion for the villages, more than likely. And to be clear, the residents in that area negotiated for the villages in the hopes that I think was a concession to what was requested, and thinking that the rest of it, the mistake unfortunately that was made was that there was no other request for, okay, we'll do this here if we can make sure that the rest of this remains low-density residential. I will say this to this planning commission: proceed cautiously, because this community was founded so that we didn't have what we envisioned as incompatible development imposed upon us. We wanted to set our own path forward, our own zoning, our own zoning map and planning, and the ability to have community input into how our community evolves. So I'll leave it at that.
Anybody else have a question or comment? Move on to item number 14, consideration of an appointment of a representative from the Planning Commission to assist town staff in design-related questions that may arise for individual tenants specific to the mixed-use town center planning area portion of the town.
Do 13 first.
I'm sorry, what?
I think we missed 13.
You missed one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's the same thing, but it more has to do with the land use plan than it does zoning.
All of it. Same thing.
Go ahead. Covered both
No
of them at
additional
the same
comments.
time.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yep, we can go on to
You said there was
14.
no additional discussion.
All right, sorry.
So, the staff wants us to recommend a representative to be appointed by the Planning Commission that will work with the town staff.
Yeah, what this represents is basically, and I'll get to one particular issue, but as the town center, Biddle Farms is moving forward and they're finalizing different tenant spaces in the commercial part of the development. Understandably, they have, each tenant has their own kind of unique needs and desires, and some of these involve some modifications to what was presented to you all and approved. I'll let them get out first before we go.
You're welcome to stay.
There are some modifications, and we knew that, when this came before the Planning Commission, that there would be some changes. Really, these things deal with awning colors, in some cases, a little bit of building facade, windows in different locations, doors in different locations, things like that. So really what we're trying to do is to see if the Planning Commission would consider appointing a representative to really assist the town staff on some of these design or site-related elements that probably are insignificant enough to warrant having to come back to the full Planning Commission, just to bounce ideas off. And if there are changes that warrant coming back to the Planning Commission, like one that we'll talk about here in a minute, then that representative could give the staff some guidance on making recommendations to the Planning Commission. We're really just trying to facilitate the process and not hold up anyone, but at the same time not compromise the intent and the objectives of what has been presented and shown to the community and approved by the Planning Commission. One of the things that's come up recently is one of the tenants in in the town center is looking to, they need a building that's deeper than what was shown on the layout that was part of the site plan. They need a building that's 11 feet deeper, and that's pretty significant. What that means basically is that this is kind of a layout of the buildings you can see in red. It's particularly this building here. Sorry. It would be this building. Location right here. Building D. It's shops 2 and 3, called Building D now. And you can see there, one of the things that was shown on the plans and that is referenced in our architectural design standards is the desire to have a cross-section that has a wide enough pedestrian space to make it an active and inviting area. And generally, that's going to be kind of a 20-foot cross-section. Something like this, you have like a frontage area, which typically is around 5 feet between the building coming out from the building. You typically would have around a 10-foot pedestrian zone and then a buffer zone out toward the street of around 5 feet, so that ends up being around 20 feet. I mean, there's some variation to that, but basically by this building being 11 feet deeper, what happened was that front space along the main street was reduced from 20 to around 9 feet. You can see on the left that's what they were proposing. This is kind of an earlier version. And it really constricted that pedestrian space along the frontage. They are adding less width to the building, and basically that additional width, a lot of that is going to be outdoor seating to the side of the building, which is a good thing. So there's a little bit of a give and take here. Here's the outdoor seating that was really shown as a building on what was approved. You can see on the lower slide. But this front space is, compromising the 20 feet pretty significantly to, basically 9 feet on that particular proposal. So we asked them to, and this is kind of what the building would look like, and we didn't frankly have any problem with the building. I mean, the top version is what they're proposing. The bottom was what was presented to the Planning Commission. We felt like that looked really good from staff's perspective. And again, this is something that appointee could help the staff with as well, to just look at things like this. I mean, they actually have a little bit more consistent height, which I think adds a little bit more character to this and gives it a little bit more of a town center look. A lot of transparency, but because they have one tenant that's consuming a large part of this building, you don't have as many separate sections, and it's more consolidated with this particular proposal. So they've kind of worked with us just in conference calls and trying to figure out a way to accommodate this tenant, but not really compromise too significantly that pedestrian space along the main street. So what they're looking at now is moving that building, well, really the building would shift back toward the parking, and then it'd have some parking blocks to keep you from running into the building so that the car overhangs wouldn't come in there. They really don't want to lose any parking because of the number of restaurants that they will likely have in this development. They want to try to keep as many, because we're trying to look at the parking and whether we could reconfigure that, angled parking or parallel parking to free up that space so that you could widen that pedestrian frontage space in the front of the building. But this is pretty much what they've come back with the latest. It gives you about a 13-foot space between the back of the curb and the front of the building. And this is kind of what it would look like in plan view. One of the things that we pointed out is that one of the things we'd like to get input from the Planning Commission is if you are okay with some flexibility in these building placements, and I think that should be part of what we recommend, but is there a degree to which you would be comfortable? In this case, it's about 7 feet into the 20-foot space along this part of the town center. The rest of these spaces right now have basically the 20 feet.
Building F don't.
Yeah, what about
Building F brings in the outdoor, this is all outdoor.
Right.
Because it ties into the Great Line, and that's a good thing.
Mark, I'm going to say, just jump in here and
Yeah,
let
yeah.
you know. This happens in any true downtown has.
I agree with that.
And it
Yes.
gives it some more character, so it's not so unilateral. And I have to be honest with you, I think we need to start getting out of our own way. I think.
Well, I mean, that's fine.
We are strangling this to a point where we're just going to start getting in our own way. We want to accomplish a walkable town center that's unique to us, and this is doing it. And if we have to find some flexibility to make these restaurants work or these shops work, I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with assigning somebody. I don't want to be that person.
I'm comfortable with it too, but this one was a degree of change
It
that we
was.
weren't personally comfortable
Yes.
with. I don't know what the number is, whether, but if you all are comfortable with this, then that is fine with me. We probably need to understand maybe a threshold with him, which hopefully none of the other tenants will need to go to that level of encroachment.
Can I make a comment here?
Yeah.
Is a solution that when you have a situation with which you are not comfortable, to bring it to the staff developer? Because I think there's always somebody at the staff developer from the planning commission there.
I've never missed one, and I would raise my hand to be that representative.
And if we,
Why do we have to wait for
Nominate the
problem
mayor.
is you got to wait a month.
Motion.
problem to wait a month?
Yes. We
Do that if you
need
want.
something more flexible than
Well,
that.
what I'm saying is if they're okay with it, good. If they think it's an area where they're not comfortable with it, then bring it to the staff developer.
Okay.
And we can nod or not nod, and then if we can't nod, then we may end up having to bring it here. But that's a kind of an interim where it's less formal.
I'm
But
gonna-
maybe that still puts you in the month calendar, maybe that's
I
what you're
think we
trying to
need an
avoid.
appointee if you all want to do
We've
that.
got a motion
then-
and a second on the floor for an appointee.
Wait a minute, and who made it?
I made the motion to
I'm
nominate.
going to have a little discussion
I seconded
because
it.
I think the mayor's a good alternative here.
Yes.
Because he both represents the Board of Mayor and Alderman and the Planning Commission. And he can work with both bodies when an issue comes along.
And we, mayor and vice mayor, have taken the most flippin' heat on this particular project. So both of us really want to see this work. We want it to be beautiful. We want to show the naysayers that this is going to be freaking awesome for Farragut. But we got to get some buildings out of the ground to do that.
We all want to see that, and I know Bud does too, so I'm nominating the mayor. We've had a
I
first
think
and
we
a
already have
second.
We already have
have a motion and a second.
motion and a second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Congratulations.
All right.
I do agree.
I
with-
just want to
I
ask
do-
a question if I can. Bud Cullum, 6312 Kingston Pike. I just want to make sure that, so the mayor is appointed to be the arbiter unless it's still up in the arms in which it would come back to commission, not the staff developer option. Is that correct?
Right.
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 Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Agree with the,
Yes.
with what we agreed on this one, but you said about a threshold. I think we should have some kind of threshold, do you not?
No, I trust the mayor.
Yeah, and I think
I
it
do
depends on
trust,
the building and the
we've
tenant.
got to get this moving along.
And the
Which pool
position,
is a
you
little
know,
more
like if it's on the
organic
end
and
or
less
if it-
cookie cutter.
Yeah.
So I kind of like the
Yes.
direction we're going with this.
I do too.
I think it's going to.
That's
We've
good.
done that already, really, because like in Noah's building, that he had there
Smear.
proposed behind his the upstairs one.
I thought we'd be going much longer, but
I thought we'd be later than this.
He wasn't here for that.
All right.
The ones on top of the hill?
Yeah, the ones you
Okay.
haven't built yet, the one back behind.
I did, I have started them. I finally got
good.
140
Thank
yards
you.
of concrete
All right,
poured.
thanks. Thanks for waiting around.
We looked at some different things about that building.
Yeah.
Every building's got its own
Right.
nuances.
you, bud.
We have, no utilities tonight.
But on those on the.
And unless Tammy has something to say in citizens forum,
We still have 2 more action items. We
unless
still
you have something to say in citizens forum,
Citizens forum.
If it can stay,
Act up.
it's gonna be a big issue with that.
I gave Tammy the chance, and she doesn't have anything to say, so. December 15th meeting, 2022, the Farragut Planning Commission is adjourned.
Merry Christmas to all.
Good night. I usually say that.